हॅलो, हॅलो. आला? हॅलो.
Hello.
हेलो। आ रही है आवाज? हाँ। हेलो हेलो हेलो। अभी लाइव में तो आवाज आ रही थी शायद। अभी जब अभी लाइव में आ रही है आवाज। विशाल भैया तो कह रहे हैं आ रही है लाइव में आवाज। क्या हो गया? हाँ, आप तो फोन थोड़ा एक बार वो करिए, मतलब कॉल कट करके चेक करिए। हेलो हेलो हेलो।
A very warm good morning to each and everyone present here. I, Suniti Kumari, PhD scholar,
I, Veena R, PhD scholar,
we heartily welcome you all to the inaugural ceremony of First International Conference on Advances in Water Resources, AWaRe 2025. AWaRe 2025 is the result of extraordinary collaboration between the Department of Civil Engineering and Center of Excellence in Water Management, Manit Bhopal, in association with the Central Water Commission. This partnership embodies the perfect synergy between academic excellence, cutting edge research, and practical policy implementation. Now, I would like to request the dignitaries to occupy their position on stage. Our today's chief guest, Professor K.G. Rangaraju, sir. Guest of honor, Mr. Adit Sharma. In charge director, M.M. Malik, sir. HOD Civil, Professor Mukul Kulsresh, sir. HOC, Center of Excellence in Water Management, Dr. Vishnu Prasad, sir. Conference chairperson, Professor Ruchi Khare, ma'am. Now, I would like to request our in charge director to welcome our chief guest, Professor K.G. Rangaraju, sir.
thank you, sir. Now, again, I would like to request our in charge director to welcome our guest of honor, Mr. Aditya Sharma.
Thank you, sir. I would like to request Dr. Rutuja Chavan to welcome HOD Civil, Professor Mukul Kulsresh. Now, I would like to request Professor Mukul Kulsresh, sir, to welcome our in charge director, Professor M.M. Malik, sir. Now, I would like to request Dr. Rutuja Chavan, ma'am, to welcome HOD Civil, Professor Mukul Kulsresh, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, I would like to request Dr. Mohammad Hashid to welcome HOC, Dr. Vishnu Prasad, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to request Dr. Rajiv Gandhi to welcome Chairperson Dr. Ruchi Khare. We now move to the ceremonial lighting of the lamp, invoking the blessings of Saraswati, the goddess of knowledge. I request all dignitaries on the dais to kindly join us for the lamp lighting ceremony.
कुन्देन्दुतुषारहारधवला या शुभ्रा या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्करप्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा शुक्लां ब्रह्मविचारसारपरमाम् आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीं वीणापुस्तकधारिणीम् अभयदाम् जाड्यान्धकारापहा हस्ते स्फाटिकमालिकां विदधतीं पद्मासने संस्थितां वन्दे तां परमेश्वरीं भगवतीं बुद्धिप्रदां शारदाम्
Thank you, everyone. Now I am pleased to invite Dr. Ruduja Chavan, Organizing Secretary, AWaRe 2025, to present an overview of the conference.
Namaskar. Good morning to everyone. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the first international conference on advances in water resources, AWaRe 2025, being organized by Department of Civil Engineering and Center of Excellence in Water Management, MANIT Bhopal, in association with Central Water Commission. We are deeply honored to have among us our esteemed chief guest, Professor K.G. Rangaraju, our guest of honor, Mr. Aditya Sharma, Honorable Director, In-charge Director, Professor M.M. Malik, Head of the Department, Civil Engineering, Professor Mukul Kulshrestha, Head of Center of Excellence in Water Management, Professor Vishnu Prasad, Conference Chairperson, Professor Ruchi Khare, all the esteemed senior professors, respected faculty colleagues, and dear participants joining us from across India and abroad. The central theme of this international gathering is transforming water resources engineering for a sustainable future. The aim is to bring together leading researchers, professionals, and policymakers to deliberate on innovative and sustainable approaches in water resources planning, design, and management. The conference is structured around 6 major themes that reflect the multidisciplinary nature of this field: innovation in hydraulics, sustainable river engineering and river training, catchment hydrology and integrated watershed management, surface water, hydroinformatics and advanced data analytics, the green and blue nexus. We received an overwhelming response with over 160 submissions, out of which around 120 highly quality papers have been accepted for presentation. These papers represent a broad spectrum of current research and development across India and abroad. All accepted papers will be published in Springer Nature Proceedings, and selected papers will be published in the Journal of Water Modeling. The conference will run for 3 days from June 10 to 12, 2025, featuring 4 parallel technical sessions each day. Alongside these sessions, we have organized parallel special events like Ideathon, the IHR Young Professional Network Meet, and the Grow in Interactive Networking session designed to spark new collaborations and innovative ideas. The conference has also seen strong institutional support. It is sponsored by the Ministry of Jal Shakti and Anusandhan National Research Foundation, DST, Government of India, and technically partnered with leading organizations such as National Institute of Hydrology, Central Groundwater Board, IHR YPN, ABCD Center, Chennai. We sincerely acknowledge the contribution of our industry sponsors whose support has strengthened the scale and quality of this event. This includes Ether Engineers, ADK Instruments, Flow 3D Hydro, NHDC, Folodi Constructions and Infrastructures, Sai Sanket Industries, Lakshmi Civil Engineering and Services, and RMS Consultancy and Contractors. On the second evening, participants are invited to join the gala dinner hosted by Enrise by Sayaji and sponsored by Ether Engineers, an informal space to connect and celebrate the community we are building here. We look forward to 3 days of enriching discussions, thought provoking ideas, collaborative explorations, and shared learning that will help us shape a more resilient and sustainable future for water resources engineering. Thank you, and once again, a very warm welcome to AWaRe 2025. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I would like to invite Professor Ruji Khare, the chairperson of AWaRe 2025, to address the gathering.
सुप्रभात आदरणीय प्रोफेसर रंगराजू सर, प्रोफेसर मलिक सर, प्रोफेसर कुलश्रेष्ठ, श्री आदित्य शर्मा सर एंड प्रोफेसर विष्णु प्रसाद तथा सभी प्रबुद्ध प्राध्यापकगण, शोध छात्र एवं इस सम्मेलन में भाग लेने वाले सभी प्रतिभागी, आयोजन समिति की ओर से मैं आप सभी का AWaRe 2025 में स्वागत करती हूँ। हमारे शास्त्रों में जल की महिमा बताते हुए कहा गया है कि जलम ही प्राणिनः प्राणा, जलम शस्यस्य जीवनम, न जलेन बिना लोके शस्य बीज प्रजायते। अर्थात जल ही जीवन है। जल प्रकृति के आधारभूत 5 तत्वों में से एक है। एक होने के साथ ही यह प्रत्येक जीवन के लिए अत्यंत आवश्यक है। तो इस तरह हम समझ सकते हैं कि जल ही हमारी पृथ्वी पर बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है और यह आयोजन न सबसे महत्वपूर्ण वैश्विक चुनौतियों में से एक, जल की सस्टेनेबिलिटी अर्थात स्थिरता के लिए जल संसाधन इंजीनियरिंग में परिवर्तन विषय पर आयोजित है। सस्टेनेबल फ्यूचर के लिए जल की महत्ता हम सभी जानते हैं। इस सम्मेलन का उद्देश्य शोधकर्ताओं, उद्योग कर्मियों और नीति निर्माताओं को ज्ञान का आदान प्रदान करने के लिए और जल संबंधी चुनौतियों के लिए एक नई दृष्टि तलाशने के लिए एक मंच प्रदान करना है। मुझे आशा है कि इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में दिया गया हर रिसर्च पेपर जल संसाधन इंजीनियरिंग के क्षेत्र में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाएगा। इस सम्मेलन का आयोजन कोलैबोरेशन, इनोवेशन एंड कमिटमेंट का एक बहुत लंबी यात्रा है, जो कि करीब 1 साल पहले शुरू हुई थी और हमने इसका पहला परिपत्र या ब्रोशर 6 जनवरी 2025 में प्रकाशित किया गया था। मैं सभी प्रतिष्ठित वक्ताओं, लेखकों, प्रायोजकों का हार्दिक धन्यवाद करती हूँ कि वो यहाँ उपस्थित हुए और मैं मेरे साथी आयोजकगण इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के सचिव और तकनीकी टीम के विशेषज्ञों का भी धन्यवाद करती हूँ, जिनके प्रयासों से अवेयर 2025 वास्तविकता बन गई। मैं आशा करती हूँ कि आप सभी इसके सभी सत्रों में आयोजित शोध पत्रों में उभरने वाले विचारों से प्रेरणा लेंगे और अवेयर 2025 का अनुभव आपके लिए एक यादगार अनुभव होगा। धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I would like to request Professor Mukul Kulsresh sir, HOD Civil, to address the gathering.
Very respectable dignitaries on the dais, uh, participants from outside, my faculty, my students. It's a very pleasant occasion for all of us. In fact, we are honored that you all have gathered here. And this conference, the theme itself is so very vital. It's so very critical. I mean, the speaker before me, the chairman, ma'am, she has already said water is life. And water cannot be seen. I mean, life cannot be seen without water. In fact, there can be life without oxygen, but there cannot be life without water. It's just impossible. So when you go outside in the space, the first thing you look is presence of water on, say, Mars or any other planet. That's the first thing we look, in fact. So water is very, very critical. There can be life without oxygen. Certainly cannot without water. In fact, since this is an ancient nation, the importance of water, who would know better than us? Our entire civilization, the ancient civilization, it's because of these rivers, Ganga, Jamuna, Godavari, whatnot. So these are mothers for us, in fact. Even today, these are mothers for us. I recall the words of Kabir Das ji, who said, Bin pani sab soon. So without water, it's all zero. It's all shunya, actually. So very aptly said, Bin pani sab soon. So that was the kind of understanding we had civilizationally. And even today, in fact, in the current times, water has assumed greater importance because it is at the center of, it is at the heart of climate extremities. You would recall any of the issues, typically like melting of glaciers, typically like rising of sea levels, typically like floods, droughts. All of this is happening. The center is water, in fact. So I'm sure the deliberations here would be very useful. I request the coordinators of this event to not just limit it to presentation of papers and intellectual discussions. I hope the coordinators would come out with a concrete policy document at the end of this conference, in which we can send to maybe Planning Commission of Madhya Pradesh or the Yojana Ayog of Delhi, which would be very useful because so many galaxies are here. I mean, it's a whole entire dignitaries are here. I'm sure you would be able to come up with a nice policy kind of paper on this, which would be then prove the usefulness of this conference. I also, on this occasion, I welcome all the outside participants here. Please have a look in our department. Please interact with our faculty here. Many of them work in areas which would be kind of synergetically kind of we can associate ourselves with each other, and so most welcome here once again. Wishing you all the best, everyone, all the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to invite Professor Vishnu Prasad, HOC, Center of Excellence in Water Management, Manit, Bhopal, to address the gathering. Please, sir.
Good morning to all. Suprabhat. Respected Chief Guest, Dr. K.G. Ranjaraju, former Professor IIT Roorkee, Guest of Honor Sri Adit Sarma ji, Chief Engineer CWC, Director Manit, Dr. K.K. Shukla sir, who is not here, but under his guidance, this conference will be organized. And in-charge director, K.K. Malik, and other distinguished guests on dais, and expert speakers, delegates, I welcome you all to this conference and Manit Bhopal. First, I take this opportunity to congratulate the organizing team of AWaRe 2025, who were continuously working for last many months. As we know that organization of any conference involves many tasks. Center of Excellence in Water Management was established in 2021 with the objective of carrying out research and consultancy in the areas of water resources. Initially, it was started working with Faculty of Civil Engineering. Last year, 3 faculties have joined this center, and after that, this center, in association with Civil Engineering Department, has organized many short-term training programs and provided consultancy to different government and private organizations in areas of water resources. Water resources are under stress and facing many challenges globally due to urbanization, increased cultivation, and climate change, as we all know. Water is life for all living beings on earth, as it is already told. The advances in water resources is a path towards sustainable water future. We are forced to rethink to manage this vital resource which nature has given us freely. We need to work on smart water management, water recycling and reuse, desalination technologies, nature-based solutions, groundwater mapping and management, conservation of surface water resources, water quality and emerging contaminants to meet the challenges which are going to come in future for water. Data-driven and AI-enhanced water research and socio-hydrological approach are some of the research areas to meet the challenges of water resource nowadays. Advances in water resources are promising. We must pair technology with policies, education, and collaborations. I hope that during the 3 days conference, some fruitful deliberation will take place by the different researchers in the area of water resource and some potential and will come with some potential outputs. Let us use water wisely because every drop counts. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to request Professor M. Malik, sir, in charge director, to address the gathering.
Good morning, chief guest of today's function, today's inauguration, and guest of honor, Professor Mukul Kulshrestha, Professor Vishnu Prasad, Professor Ruchi Khare, dignitaries of the dais, resource persons, participants, faculty members. The Institute welcome you all on the occasion of first international conference on advances in water resources. It is really an honor to stand before you and something which is the area of thought-provoking area and thrust area to talk about. Well said by Dr. Vishnu Prasad. Water is often called the elixir of life. Yet we find ourselves at a crucial crossroads: climate change, population growth, urbanization, and unsustainable agriculture practices. This has placed immense stress on our water resources. However, it is heartening to see that advances in technology, data science, policy innovation are enabling a new era of smarter, more sustainable water management. Professor Mukul Kulshrestha and Professor Vishnu Prasad has already highlighted the key advances transforming this field. That is smart water technologies, so when we talk about the smart water technologies, the integration of Internet of Things and sensor technologies has revolutionized how we monitor and manage water systems. Artificial intelligence and big data analytics, water recycling and reuse. So technological advancement in wastewater treatment are making water reuse a reality, especially in water-scarce regions. Industries and municipalities are increasingly adopting crucial water economies, turning wastewater into a valuable resource. And of course, nature-based solutions. Actually, progress is not only technological. Integrated water resource management, participatory governance models, and transboundary water cooperation are fostering more equitable and sustainable use of water across the communities. And one more topic, the key persons, resource persons may talk about desalination and alternative water sources. New generation desalination technologies are becoming more energy efficient and cost effective, offering hope to arid regions. Research into fog harvesting, rainwater capture, and even atmospheric water generation is also gaining momentum. So, as we move forward, the key to sustainable water resource management lies not in isolated innovations, but in integration, collaboration, and education. So we must blend modern science with traditional wisdom, empower local communities, and ensure that every drop of water counts. So finally, I would like to say that we must continue to innovate, to manage wisely, and to act decisively so that future generation inherit not a crisis, but a legacy of stewardship. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to call upon stage Dr. Hasid to welcome our chief guest, Mr. Adit Sharma.
Thank you, Suniti. So, good morning, all. Thank you for being with us for this inaugural session of AWaRe 2025. So, I am here to welcome the guest of honor, Mr. Aditya Sharma, Chief Engineer from CWC, and currently he is a HAG nominee in CWC New Delhi. And introducing Aditya Sharma sir is a bit stressful for me, actually. It's not like we started this organization of conference as a small event. We never dreamt so high about this. And we had a brief meeting with Aditya Sharma sir at the regional head office of CFWC in Bhopal. And we thought it should be like a 2-minute meeting or something. But he was quite welcoming. And he is the one who gives us wings to fly high. That's what I would like to say. Because his support was immense. He was the one who was available all the time on the other side of a phone call. And he always checked the progress. He used to meet us in between. And he was quite helpful to us throughout this journey. And currently we are standing at this place. And thank you, sir. Thank you for all the support. So I would like to say a few words about Mr. Aditya Sharma. So he's currently the chief engineer in CWC Bhopal. Earlier in his career, he was an assistant director with the Narmada Control Authority and has played a pivotal role in water quality observation system. He has spearheaded innovative technical projects, notably finite element analysis of the dams, especially the Kolar Dam and Arch Dam of Idiki, etc. And the Integrated River Basin Evaluation Project, IRB framework, and also he worked on the web-based DHA-RMA, Dharma Dam Health Monitoring System, enhancing asset management capabilities across multiple agencies. So we are deeply honored to have Mr. Sharma with us today. So please join me in welcoming him to deliver the inaugural address. Welcome, sir.
A very good morning to all of you. Respected Dr. K.G. Rangaraju sir, Director Manit, Head Civil Department, Professors Civil Department, all dignitaries on dais, off dais, students, faculty, participants for this prestigious conference from India and abroad. It's my proud privilege to be part of this prestigious first international conference on advances in water resources, and this being a special moment of my life for sharing dais with my honored teacher and today's chief guest, Dr. K.G. Rangaraju, sir, who taught me topics on water resources like rigid dams and sediment transport in University of Roorkee, now IIT Roorkee, way back in 1986, that is 39 years ago. Today, thank you, sir. Today, at global stage, we are passing through turbulent moments, not only in water sector, but in other spheres of life as well. This situation is creating added strain on our already strained resources. Since independence, we were managing our water resources by supply side management. The large storage are needed to deal with temporal variation, spatial variation, drinking water, food security, flood management, drought management, power generation, and environment flow regime. This has become further critical in view of looming climate change phenomena, which has further increased uncertainties, leading to a requirement of climate change, climate resilient structures. But in the last 3 decades, we are facing severe constraints in development of this resource, which include many factors like less availability of suitable sites, increasing cost of rehabilitation, over and improper use of water, over exploitation of groundwater, deteriorating water quality, river pollution, deforestation, environmental activism, and so on. Aligning with United Nations Sustainable Development Goal number 6, which deals with water, we have laid down our roadmap for growth and management of water sector for Honorable Prime Minister's vision of Viksit Bharat at 2047. To make India water secure and food secure, we need to focus on 6 issues. These are water governance, water storage, drinking water, irrigation, demand management and water use efficiency, and river rejuvenation. The way to meet our growing requirement of water security and food security is to make optimum use of this precious resource, which can be done effectively with increasing and wide-scale use of technology. For assessment of water resources, we are using space inputs such as digital elevation model, land use, land cover, gridded rainfall, etc. First of its kind we used in assessment of water availability and came out with publication in 2019 for all 20 basins. Remote sensing for reservoir sedimentation study is very effective tool in advance of reliable data ability and of measurement network. GIS and modeling tools are used for project hydrology of several new and ongoing projects reviewed using this software. Hydroinformatics is useful for flood modeling. Various 1D, 2D models are being used for long lead flood forecasting. It's capable of reducing loss of life and property at large scale. Recently, one US agency was engaged for extended hydrological prediction for 28 days for 3 basins, Yamuna, Narmada, and Kaveri. They tried with 4 models, but came out with non-satisfactory results. So we took up this in our Central Water Commission, and it is started with on in-house project. Micro irrigation, per drop more crop leads to significant increase in crop yield, water use efficiency, and saving in water use, energy, fertilizers, etc. India is leading nation in micro irrigation with 14.48 million hectares and having potential of 69.5 million hectares. This may result in 5 to 90% increase in water efficiency, 30% saving in energy consumption, 40 to 50% increase in crop productivity, 40% increase in farmers' income, and 25 to 30% saving in fertilizers. SCADA system facilitates modernization and automation of irrigation system. Now it is extensively used in various projects such as Narayanpur Left Bank Canal in Karnataka. Piped irrigation network is the cost-effective method for increasing conveyance efficiency, used in many projects in effective ways such as Tembu Lift Irrigation Project in Maharashtra. ET-based irrigation performance assessment, use of ET-based tool allows to assess key indicators like cropping intensity, equity of water distribution, adequacy of water, biomass land productivity, and actual evapotranspiration. The theme of discussion for this conference has been very carefully selected, like innovation hydraulics, sustainable river engineering and river training, catchment hydrology, and integrated watershed management, subsurface water dynamics, hydroinformatics, advanced data analysis, green and blue nexus. I congratulate Manit and especially its Young Brigade of Water Resources Center of Civil Department for their sustained and untiring efforts to reach at this stage. I wish all success for this conference. I hope recommendations of this conference will be highly useful for government as well as for the industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your address. So the moment we were all actually expecting, this is the biggest task I am here for, to welcome the distinguished guest of honor. I am very nervous to welcome Professor K.G. Rangaraju. So it's like a dream come true moment for me, literally, because I spent almost around 12 years in Roorkee, and whenever Professor Rangaraju was visiting the campus, it was a celebration moment for us. Like our teacher, Professor Zulfikar Ahmed, he find some opportunity to bring him occasionally. And I also requested Professor Rizad Ahmed to at least strive for this event also. And he was like not serious about this at the beginning. And he told me that Raju sir might not be coming, like he's not that usual to these kind of events nowadays. But I was like pushing again and again and again. And finally, he gave me the permission to write an email to him. Then I sit around like hours to draft an email, just a simple email, but it took so much time for me. Like, then finally it happened. He agreed, luckily, and we are having him on the stage now, sir. So, sir, it is a bit weird to introduce him because everybody knows about him. But as a formality, I will do my job actually. So, Professor K.G. Rangaraju retired from the Department of Civil Engineering as a professor from the prestigious Indian Institute of Technology, Roorkee. So, he completed his BE from the Mysore University, and his ME and the PhD is from Roorkee University. With over 43 years of teaching experience, and he has guided and inspired generations of engineer students in subjects like fluid mechanics, hydraulics, hydraulic structures, sediment transport, and his well-known book, Open Channel, the flow through the open channels. So that is one important book every engineer is having in his reference list. So he has guided almost 26 PhD scholars and over 70 postgraduates, is leaving a lasting legacy in the academic world. His contributions to research are truly remarkable, with more than 170 research papers published, authorship of 2 influential books, a monograph, and several book chapters. Dr. Rangaraju has also played key administrative roles at IIT Roorkee, serving as Deputy Director, Pros Vice Chancellor, Dean of Students Welfare, maybe the favorite one of Raju sir actually, Dean of Academic Programs, Head of the Civil Engineering Department, and Chief Sports Advisor, among others. His expertise has recognized both nationally and internationally. He is the recipient of numerous prestigious awards, including the Arthur Thomas Ipen Award by IAHR, International Association for Hydro Environment Research, the CBIP Diamond Jubilee Award, the Khosla National Award, the Outstanding Teacher Award of IIT Roorkee, multiple times, and the Lifetime Achievement Award from the Indian Society of Hydraulics. He is also a fellow of the Indian National Academy of Engineering and a recipient of the Alexander von Humboldt Fellowship from Germany. Dr. Rangaraju has represented India in international water dispute arbitrations, including Bakalia Dam and the Kishanganga cases with Pakistan, and has served as a senior advisor to several state governments like Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, and Haryana on major river water disputes, including Kaveri, Krishna, and Mahanadi. And he has delivered guest lectures and keynotes addresses in more than a dozen countries across the globe and continues to serve as a consultant in hydraulic engineering projects. We are truly honored to have him with us today, a distinguished scholar, a dedicated teacher, that is a priority thing actually, and an inspiring leader in the field of civil engineering. And I don't know where to stop exactly, but due to the time limitation, I'm stopping here. So I would like to welcome Professor K.G. Rangaraju to the stage for his inaugural address. Sir, welcome.
ऑपरेट करने वाले सही तो आप ऑपरेट करेंगे ना कहाँ से करेंगे यहीं करोगी चलो देन माइक इधर करो थोड़ा सा फिर कर लोगे थोड़ा हो जाएगा Ladies and gentlemen, those of you who have known me in Roorkee will know that my first love is not water resources. My first love is cricket. And therefore, it's only appropriate that I start my talk with reference to cricket. I retired over 20 years ago. And making me the chief guest for an advanced water resources conference is similar to making Sunil Gavaskar, the retired Indian cricketer, the captain instead of Shubman Gill for the Indian tour. So you can see what it means for all of us. But then once a job was given to me, I decided to see what I can do in the best. I realized that I spent 60 years in this profession. So I must have seen some changes. I must have seen some challenges which the community is facing today. So I propose to dwell on them, the changes and the challenges which water resource engineers are facing today. The first of the changes, which is very obvious for my generation, is we were using the words like hydraulics and hydrology, not the fancy modern term of water resources. So this is the first change which took place. Then my talk will guide me through the changes which are taken on the academic front and on the professional front. So I propose to talk on both these for some time. Next. लाइट बंद कर दे लाइट बंद कर दीजिए Can we switch off the lights, please? Better now? Okay, next slide. Those of us who graduated in 61, that's why I've chosen the time from now, 61 to today, were in awe of this individual. You all recognize him for what he is, Vishweshwaraya. And I had the good fortune of seeing him when he was 100 and I was 19. So you can see the impression he left on me. That's a day I will never forget in all my life. But he was more renowned for what he did. We can see that. He built the Krishna Sagar Dam, which to me is a marvel. It was built 100 years ago. Why I say it's a marvel is because he recognized the importance of recreation. Those of you who have been to KRS will know there is the famous Brindavan Garden, which is downstream of that. And the income from tourism from this project has probably fetched many times the cost of the dam itself. So we all teach that in the water resources classes, that one of the objectives for multi-purpose reservoirs is recreation. He had the vision to see that recreation was important even back in 1924 when he conceived of the dam. So that was also the time when I was graduating that big dams like Bhakra and Hirakud were built. And all of us had the dream that we will build one of these dams, whether it's KRS or Bhakra or Hirakud. But things have changed recently. The environmentalists and several others have found some problems with high dams, and many engineers today are not given the privilege of building these. Unfortunately, the movement has taken some difficult terms, because if you see what's happening in the northeast, a dam is proposed in Arunachal Pradesh on the Brahmaputra River. This is to take care of the effect or possible ill effects which China may create for us by building a dam on the Brahmaputra upstream of the border. But you must have read in the papers that the people of Arunachal Pradesh, because of their environmental concerns, have not even allowed the preliminary surveys to be done. So this is the type of resistance to dams which current engineers are facing. Very different from the days when Vishweshwaraya built the dam or Costa built the Bhakra Dam. Next. I'll first touch on the education front. When I was studying, hydraulics and hydrology were largely empirical sciences. Chase's equation, Hazen-Williams formula, Strange's tables, Dickens' formula, all empirical and very little by way of theory. Probably Bernoulli's equation was the only theory we learned in the hydraulics classes. But look at what's happening today. Fluid dynamics, rainfall runoff modeling, conceptual models in hydrology, frequency analysis of floods, unsteady flow, stress analysis of dams. Very different this subject has become. So what was taught to us then has almost become meaningless for the today's water resources teaching. Next. In the 60s, computers were practically unknown. We used only slide rules, not even calculators. Numerical methods like FEM, FPM were just not yet developed, and no software packages were there when we were studying. Mathematical modeling and simulation were only in its infancy. Probably the very first mathematical model in my field of river hydraulics came in 60 or 61. So that's what the change is from today's world from then. But environmental concerns and water quality issues were unheard of. The dams would be built and anything would be submerged, nobody questioned them, but today you can't do that. Next. Today, environmental concerns, all of you are aware of it. We have minimum flow requirements downstream of dams. Sedimentation and degradation is a very important issue. Concept of sustainable development, whether we understand it or not, we have to talk about it if we have to stay modern. Impact of aquatic life and wildlife. You probably know the Silent Valley project in Kerala was abandoned because Salim Ali felt that a bird species was going to be affected. So that's the importance of environmental concerns in dam design today. And it's mandated to do a dam break analysis to work out the strategies for any eventuality of the dam break, about the evacuation of people and so on. So this is an entirely different gamut of issues from what was envisaged 50, 100 years ago. On minimum flow requirements, probably it's worth mentioning that on the Kishanganga Dam, which was a dispute with Pakistan, we were required to assure a minimum flow, and we have assured them a minimum flow of 7.5 meter cube per second downstream of the Kishanganga Dam. Now that, of course, the Indus Water Treaty itself is in the question, maybe we will flout it, but otherwise we are compelled to release 7.5 meter cube per second. So that's the requirement of minimum flow in dams. Next. Now, many other issues which all of you are familiar with, I'll just read them out. Rainwater harvesting, lake rejuvenation, desalination, pollution transport, sediment management, urban flooding, water quality. Issues which just did not exist in the 60s, today they have become extremely important. And each one of them is a subject by itself. Next. Now let's come to dams and what are the problems which are facing dams. The first issue with dams is water allocation among different states. Let me say there are 3 states vying for waters of one river, and if you ask them what they need and add them up, it will become 2 or 3 times the amount of water is available. Everybody bloats up the demand, and you don't know how much to give and how much not to give. That's why the tribunals or the Supreme Court have a big problem in apportioning the water in a fair manner and equitable manner amongst the states. So this is one of the major disputes today is water allocation among states. Submergence upstream of a dam is a very vital issue today, and many dams have had to be stopped because of this. Resettlement and rehabilitation. Most of you will not know who built the Narmada Dam, but all of you will know Medha Patkar because she campaigned for the rehabilitation of this issue. So that's the importance of environmental issues today in the country. Environmental issues including minimum flow. Those of you in UP and who have gone along the Yamuna River will realize that in the series of hydropower plants which you have, virtually all the water is led into a power plant and the river is dry. So there are stretches of rivers where there is no minimum flow concept, which was not there at that time. But today, as I said, it's a requirement. Even in Kishanganga, we had to allow a minimum flow. So this is the issue of the former days when it was not there. But today, minimum flow has to be ensured. Now, perceived harm. Many times, there is no harm, but people think there is a harm. The classic example was on the Almaty Dam. Almaty Dam had been completed in Karnataka, and upstream, about 200 kilometers upstream, is a town of Sangli. There were floods in Sangli and the Krishna River, and the minister who visited the spot found it very convenient to say that this is because of Almaty flooding. So the engineers from Maharashtra had a tough job on their hands to justify the statement to the minister to say that this perceived harm is real, that Almaty is submerging Sangli. And I'll come to that in a later in a while in a couple of slides. So this is something which we today have to counter, how to handle this. Now, in the international rivers like Kishanganga or Chenab, we have the dispute with Pakistan, and therefore, there's an entirely different gamut of issues which are involved. Now, in the strategies for solutions, this had not occurred to me till I started participating in it. There are legal and political angles which are as important as technical angles. We engineers, we seem to think we know everything, but we are wrong. You have to find a right balance between all the 3 issues, the political angle, the legal angle, and then the technical angle, and find a solution. And that is a huge exercise in itself. Next. Now, although I have talked of disputes and how people hanker for water, I want to mention about 2 or 3 success stories. Indira Gandhi brought about the state of Gujarat, Maharashtra, and Madhya Pradesh in 72 to agree to give a small share of the Narmada water to non-riparian state of Rajasthan, because Rajasthan needed water. This was possible because there was not only a strong government at the center, but all these 3 probably were Congress-administered states. It cannot happen today. But I'm also aware of 2 such solutions which were found without having to go to a tribunal. The Upper Ganga Canal, which takes off from Hardwar, goes to most of UP. And in Muradnagar, there is a diversion structure which enables water to be supplied to Delhi through a conduit about 200 cusecs initially and probably something more now. Now this, please remember, is an inter-basin transfer. We are transferring water from the Ganga basin to the Yamuna basin. Today, they will not let you do it. They will say, this is Ganga water, we cannot give it to Yamuna, in spite of all the clout which Delhi had. But that was given without any discussion in the legal or the political front. Only technical people decided it, and that was given. The second is the Bias-Sutlej link. Again, it's an inter-basin transfer, but this was done and it's a success. So these are the only few successes I'm aware of where tribunals were not in the picture and engineers themselves found a solution. Next. So now that the disputes are a reality, the Interstate Water Disputes Act came in '56. A high-power tribunal for each and every separate dispute, and the decisions of the tribunal can be challenged in the Supreme Court. This is the state of affairs. Now let's see what's happening today. Next slide. I have given examples with some tribunals. Narmada, the decision was given on the Sardar Sarovar Dam in 1979 by the Narmada Tribunal. Because of litigation, and I told you the role of Medha Patkar and others, the dam could not be raised to its full height for a long time, although the decision was given in '79. It's only a few years ago that the dam has been raised to the full issue. And the issue was essentially resettlement and rehabilitation. And what were we campaigning for? We should say we should not destroy the tribal structure. The displacement of the tribes was being done to an area where they were being provided with good housing, school education, good hospital facilities. We were helping them, but we wanted the tribal structure, the culture to remain. And that's what Medha Patkar was bargaining for. But fortunately, everything was completely argued in favor of the dam, and the dam is today a reality. In Kaveri, it was a dispute among 3 states, Kerala, Karnataka, and Tamil Nadu, and decision given only after 20 years in 2007. That means it started in 1987 and implemented 10 years later after a decision in the Supreme Court. See that it took 30 years for a decision on the Kaveri to be done. This is the situation. Just for your information, by contrast, Bagli Harbor international dispute between India and Pakistan was decided in 1.5 years. 30 years for Kaveri, 1.5 years for Bagli Harbor. Look at Ravi Bias. The tribunal was set up in 1986 and no decision so far. This is the state of affairs of many of our tribunals. Next. I had the good fortune to work with Fali Nariman for a number of years, almost 15 years. And look at what he has said. This is an eye-opener for all of us. The result is that water dispute tribunals, when set up, appear to last forever. Whilst they provide gainful employment to a coterie of retired judges and generate work for dozens of practicing lawyers, there is no prescribed regime of flow that works for a water dispute tribunal to proceed. Interstate water disputes are ill-served by the present mechanism. The Act does not work efficiently, nor has it inspired confidence in the party states. He could not be more categorical, and only a person like Nariman could say that. None of us would dare to say that. I personally have had the privilege of working with him, and I worked with him on 3 or 4 tribunals. In all, I have worked at 5 or 6 in India and 2 international. I must tell you that some of the issues which came up before tribunals were so trivial, that you almost felt guilty participating in it. I'll take 2 or 3 examples to highlight what I am saying. Next one. This is the Almaty Dam. This is the Krishna River coming from Maharashtra. The border is at Kalol. This is 170 kilometers from Almaty Dam. Sangli town is 202 kilometers away from the dam. I told you the minister said that the submergence in Sangli is because of storage in Almaty. So we from the Karnataka side did the usual backwater calculations, which any undergraduate student can do today easily. And we found the following. Next. This is the riverbed. This is the dam location. This is the water level in the absence of the dam. Now, when the dam was built and water stored up to 519, this is the water level. You please see that at about 170 kilometers or so, there is no change in the water level. That means the dam has no effect, no backwater effect. Sangli is here, 202 kilometers, and the minister was complaining that Almaty was submerging Sangli. It took 3 years in the tribunal for us to get the clearance for the Almaty Dam. Whereas if Professor Garde, who was working for Maharashtra, and I had sat together, we would have settled the matter in half an hour and finished with a cup of tea. But that's the way things go in the tribunal. It took 3 years for the simple matter of the submergence upstream of Almaty to be decided. Next. This is even more tragic. The Neradi barrage, which is built by Andhra on the border with Orissa, on the river Vamshidhara. This was the subject between Andhra and Orissa. Orissa objected to the construction of the barrage. The issue was the extent of backwater upstream of the barrage. Those of you teaching hydraulics will remember that barrages are known to cause very little backwater. We talk of backwater in terms of dams, never in terms of barrages. In fact, the length of backwater was the order of 3 kilometers, not 30. Please remember, 3 kilometers. And Odisha objected. 3 kilometers too long a backwater. I don't want to use strong words, but it's almost stupid to hear that argument. Fortunately, after 3 years, the tribunal gave the go-ahead in 2017. So Nariman was fully justified in the comments he made about the working of tribunals. I just wanted you to see and understand the complexity of issues today. These are the challenges which you as water resources engineers will have to face. Next. Now I come to a topic about which I'm very passionate these days. And all of you who are reading the newspapers and media, television, would know the floods which have taken place in Mumbai, Delhi, Gurgaon, and Bangalore in the last 2-3 weeks. Every year, without fail, during monsoons, many of these urban towns and floods are flooded. It's an order of the day. I have been in Bangalore now for 20 years after retirement. I cannot remember 1 year when Bangalore city has not been flooded. And therefore, I feel very embarrassed as a hydraulic engineer, the oldest of these engineering disciplines. While we are able to spend people to space, build atomic power plants, we cannot simply solve the simple problem of urban flooding. And I feel that we as a hydraulic engineering community need to seriously think about it, where we have gone wrong and what we need to do. So, next slide, please. You see, river floods have been known to occur. For a long time, we know about floods in Ganga, Yamuna, and so on. And there have been many beneficial effects of river floods. As you know, the Indo-Gangetic plain has been created. All the agricultural land is because of the submergence. So river floods have had a beneficial value. And we have combated the floods to the best of our abilities and managed them very successfully. But urban flooding is of more recent origin, particularly on a damaging scale, as we are seeing approximately 1990s. Cities like Delhi, Gurgaon, Mumbai, Chennai, and Bangalore have been devastated by monsoon rains every year. Streets are flooded, hindering movement of traffic. Power outages occur. Basements of apartment complexes are inundated, and water enters low-lying areas, causing huge losses to property and hurting the economy. I might give you my own personal experience. I moved from Roorkee to Bangalore in 2004. I had bought an apartment. In the very first monsoon, there was 5 feet of water into the basement. We had time to remove the cars. My mother was with me at that time. There was knee-deep water around the building. And my son and I had to carry my mother on a chair on this flooded water and take her to the car. And I had to stay away from the apartment for 5 days till the water receded and the electricity was restored. Then, this was 2004, please remember. 2018, a very strong flood came again. The watchman slept. We couldn't even take the car out, and I lost my car in the flood. And this is a regular occurrence in Bangalore, people losing cars in the apartment complexes, low-lying houses being flooded. It's an order of the day. And we have done nothing. I feel so guilty as a hydraulic engineer that we have failed the community in this respect. Next. What are the causes of all this? Urbanization leading to large increase in built-up area. I said about urban flooding being very severe in 1990 onward. Please remember that was the time of the economic growth in India. Globalization which brought about all the changes. I remember Bangalore in the 1960s had not a single multi-storied building. Today, you go around, there are 10 multi-storied buildings in each area. Now, what is that doing? The built-up area is so large now that it is now 3 or 4 times what it was 50, 30, 40 years ago. So a simple calculation will tell you that the runoff is 3 or 4 times more. The drains are the same. Where will the water go? So it's bound to be flooded. So this is the first aspect. The second is encroachment of lakes and escape channels. So much money changes hands. Lake beds are used to construct apartment complexes, and escape channels through which the water has to flow are plugged, and apartment complexes are built there. The whole of Whitefield area is built on many lakes, and that's where the IT capital is for India. Now, it's impossible to increase the width of storm drains because on one side you have the road and on the other side is the building. So if you want to increase the width of the drain, you cannot do it because there is no space for it. So the increased discharge cannot be carried by your drain. And the other difficulty is the possibility of water backing up to the drains because the rise in flood levels of the stream to which the drains discharge. We did some study for Moradabad about 30 years ago. And I was very concerned about the possible flooding from backwater from Ramganga. Fortunately, when we did the calculation, we found that the stormwater drain ended a little above the high flood level of Ramganga, and therefore there was no backing up from the flow. But this is not the situation everywhere. There are many cases where the stream into which you discharge will have a high level, and therefore the water will back up. Now, littering of the drains and irregular maintenance, this is what the corporations also always blame the people. I'm not sure that it's 100% the reason, but I know it's a fact that we do litter the drains. I remember as a child playing with paper boats on the drain because there was nothing like plastic in those days. There was nobody to throw plastic into the drains. We only use paper boats to play. Today, the littering of the drains by plastic is such a very serious problem in the big cities. Next. Now, what are the remedial solutions? Rainwater harvesting in residential and public buildings to reduce surface runoff. Note that still the surface runoff from roads and bridges will continue. So it will only solve part of the problem, not the whole problem. Diverting the water from stormwater drains in nearby lakes, if topography permits, this would raise the water tables in the vicinity as runoff. This fortunately has been done in the very area I live in. There is a lake called the Putenalli Lake, to which 2 stormwater drains now drain because the topography permitted it. And therefore, the flooding of the stormwater drain has stopped. And not only that, because the rise in the water levels, because of this inflow, the tube wells in the around the area are getting more water now. So it's a case of not only rainwater harvesting, not only control of flooding, but rainwater harvesting. Construct a drain of large width under the road to carry large discharges. This would necessitate supporting the road on a slab and cause disruption of traffic due to closure of the road during the construction of new architecture. This can only be done for short and highly stressed approaches. This again was done in the area in which I live. In a very ingenious way, because they said this flooding is so bad, instead of the drain, they made the entire road the drain. So that means they took off the top surface of the road, built the drain underneath, catering to the large discharge, and put a slab on top. Now, naturally, you realize this can only be done for short reaches and not long reaches of drains. And also it will mean tremendous disruption of the traffic. You have to close the traffic for 6 months to a year. So this was done in a small road, but very important stretch of the drain in the JP Nagar area of Bangalore. Next. But the one solution which I have been harping on, which should probably be employed by India, is the underground tunnel. The International Association for Hydraulic Research in the hydraulic issue of 2024, very recently, has pointed out the role of underground tunnels in controlling urban floods. The principle is very simple: to divert the water from the stormwater drains into an underground tunnel through conduits. When the water level in the drain reaches a level which would flood the areas in the city, these tunnels are of large size and located as deep as 100 meters below the ground, in some cases, apparently low enough not to cause damage to existing foundations, metros, etc. The water collected in the tunnels is subsequently pumped back and used for several purposes other than drinking, like gardening, street cleaning, etc. In effect, rainwater harvesting and flood control are tackled together. Next, you will see the size of this. This is Tokyo. Please see the size of this tunnel. These are the people walking around. So these are about 1.5 meters or 2 meters. So it's about 30 meters high tunnel. So this is the type of structure which is being built. I'll give you many other cities where it is being done. So you divert the flood water when it is dangerous to your land, and then repump it back to the ground when you can afford to do it. And look at the next one. See number of cities which have adopted this. London, Abu Dhabi, Hong Kong, Singapore, Tokyo, and several cities in the United States use this technique. Unfortunately, this technique has not found favor in India so far. And I must tell you that the last year, I was so bothered about the whole thing. I spent a lot of time with the persons in the government. I interacted with the Deputy Chief Minister, I interacted with the Chief Secretary, I interacted with the Secretary for Disaster Management, the engineer in charge, and told them, I'll give you a simple pilot project which can be constructed in area I also specified, Koramangala. Everybody says, sir, it's a great idea, but nobody does anything. I'll show you what I had as a pilot project. Next one. Select an area of the city, subcatchment as they called it, subject to heavy flooding. As I said, I chose Koramangala in Bangalore. Determine the intensity and duration of the most intense rainfall in the subcatchment and designate it as the design storm. Find total volume of rainfall during the storm. So supposing it's a 12-hour storm, 2 centimeters per hour, 24 centimeters of rain on the whole catchment, so you know the volume of water. Calculate the discharge capacity of the drains, knowing the hydraulic characteristics of the drains. So you know how much water it can carry, how much is coming. So from the two above, you calculate the excess rainfall which needs to be stored underground to prevent flooding. That is how the capacity underground chamber becomes known. Next. And I suggested, don't go for a deep tunnel. Select a suitable location of the chamber underneath parks or playgrounds, because there is no building foundation to worry about. And hence the chamber need not be located too deep also. Identify the suitable locations of the drain from which the surplus water can be led through the drop structures and a network of pipes to the underground chambers. Then design the pumping mechanism to lift the water stored temporarily in the chamber back to the desired locations on the ground through a network of pipes. Next. So this was the scheme I suggested, and the water could have been used for street cleaning, then the refilling of the lakes and all that. So I want to end this lecture with a fond hope that some of you youngsters will find this idea of a pilot project interesting, overcome the political and the bureaucratic hurdles, build a pilot project which will then become a role model for the rest of the country. In 25 years from now, urban flooding will not be a menace in the country, and it will be just history. I end my lecture with this fond hope. Are any questions permitted? Questions? If there are any questions, I will be pleased to answer. Okay, thank you. Yeah, please. एक मिनट. Please, can you use the mic? I cannot hear properly. Or you come here.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, thanks. My name is Basudev Vissal from IIT Bombay. So you spoke regarding the transboundary water disputes, particularly between Odisha and Andhra Pradesh. So what my actually question is, our curriculum. If you see water resource engineering in all institutions, our students are not equipped to understand the problem and provide solutions. So, do you feel like in the curriculum itself we should have some component of legal aspects, to train students with the legal knowledge, so that when they become engineer and they can handle the problems in a much more efficient way?
My answer is, it's still a specialist job. I cannot play the role of Nariman in spite of all the courses I take in legal matters. But it increases the awareness to the students. So IITs fortunately have the system, full electives and so on. You can go outside the department and choose electives. So I would certainly say the legal aspects of water resources engineering can be a subject of value to the engineers of today.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Good morning, sir. Sir, my question is actually India is a country of farmers. So, what would be the best way to control the farmland flooding?
Which flooding?
Farmland. Farmland flooding. Agriculture land.
No, flooding due to what?
Farm.
No.
Agriculture flooding.
Excess water application by the
Yes,
farmers.
excess water application in a river or river outflow.
That is where a major problem exists. That, for example, I am told by the engineers in Karnataka that Vishwesvaraya Canal supplies water to Mandya district. Mandya district grows sugarcane and probably rice also. The engineers have been telling them, because you're not paying for the water, you're using too much water. Please control the flow of water which you are releasing it into the fields. They didn't listen to them. And now they come back and say, sir, our area is waterlogged. There is desalination in the camp. So it's a very important education aspect. But I'm happy to say that some institutions, I know, for example, the Agriculture University in Punjab, they're doing excellent work in this, educating the farmers on the evils of excessive watering of the irrigation land. Does that answer my question? Your question?
Yeah, I will see that.
Okay.
Okay, what they are doing for that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes.
Sir, I'm Somendra from IIT Madras. I'm working on urban flooding.
Oh.
Okay. So, yeah, I agree with you, because for long, like in Chennai, there has been discussion like in the upstream side, there is a reservoir, and there is now administration is thinking of constructing one overbridge kind of thing to divert water, excess water from the reservoir to the ocean. The other thing is, we can realize that because of high intensity rainfall in short duration, the drainage system is not working, and that too in coastal area, it's very flat. So for long, we are thinking at the technical side that maybe drainage network, pipe network, or storage system like this can be a solution. But there is no such discussion in the administration. Most of the time, they are focusing more on increasing the length of drainage system, or like early warning system. All these things are happening. Are we lacking something, or it is administrative problem, or it is combination of both? Or we have to demonstrate something? What is your opinion?
I know this is a very big hurdle, and then are the press here? I hope you're not quite quoted, because the politician finds out where the money is. So if other schemes give him more money, then he will not okay your scheme at all. So that's education in itself.
Sir, your suggestion for underground tunnels, though, is a good idea, maybe in Japan or many places. But in India, you know that whether it is will be economically viable even for Bangalore, since even if you put it in a small subcatchments, putting a tunnel and then pumping back, is it will be a possible viable solution economically as per your
You see,
calculation?
one thing I must tell you, Mr. Eldaho, today India can afford anything. You know, if money was a criterion 15 years ago, 20 years ago. Today, what is it that we cannot? I'll tell you, if you are able to convince the IT industry, Tata's or TCS or Infosys or any of these, we'll fund the whole project. What's 100 crores for them? You have to go there. If I can convince Infosys that this is going to help your buildings in the area and build a chamber, I don't have to go so deep for a small area, as I said, below the parks. And so 100 crores, 250 crores, there's no money for them. They will build that. But the government is not willing, you know, because they will see where they... There was a interview I recently saw ISC professor who had very clearly spelled out what he had as a solution for drains in Bangalore and how the politicians and the other conspired together to work against it. So that's the hurdle which you have to overcome. But money is certainly not the criterion today in India. We can afford anything.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Pardon me, actually, we are running late. So we will have the further discussion during the high tea. Okay, now we have moving to the further sessions. Okay,
So thank you, sir. Now I request all the dignitaries in dais and conference organizers to come on stage to unveil the souvenir. Thank you, everyone. Lastly, I would like to invite Dr. B.J. Rajiv Gandhi, Organizing Secretary, to deliver the vote of thanks and express our collective appreciation. Please, sir.
Good morning, everyone. As we are coming near to the noon, I'll conclude my vote of thanks in a fast manner as we come to the close of the truly inspiring inauguration ceremony of AWaRe 2025. It is my honor and privilege to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of the organizing team. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our chief guest, Professor K.G. Rangaraju, sir. And if you don't mind, sir, we would like to felicitate him for his contributions to the Hydraulics and Water Resource Engineering with a Lifetime Achievement Award. Yes, sir. I invite Mr. Aditya Sharma sir to lead the presentation of the award. Yeah. Moving forward, now, now I would like to request Professor M.M. Malik sir to present a memento as a token of appreciation to Mr. Aditya Sharma sir. Now, I would request Dr. Mukul Kulsres sir to present a token of appreciation to our in-charge director, Professor M.M. Malik sir. Now, I request Dr. Mohammad Hashid sir to present a memento as a token of appreciation to our head of the department, Professor Mukul Kulsres sir.
It's all right, sir. That is all right, sir.
I would like to request Dr. Hashid sir to present the same memento to Professor Vishnu Prasad sir. Now, I request Dr. Rituja Chavan ma'am to present a memento as a token of appreciation to our chairperson, Professor Ruchi Kare ma'am. Thank you. So, thank you so much, the respected dignitaries on the stage. Your presence and insightful thoughts you shared today have added immense value to the spirit and direction of this conference. The words you have given as a renewed vision to the vision of water resource engineering, and we are truly grateful for that. A special word of appreciation to Professor Ruchi Kare ma'am, chairperson of AWaRe 2025, for her consistent guidance, thoughtful leadership, and tireless efforts in shaping the conference. Your vision has been pivotal in bringing together the minds and voices from across the country. I would also like to acknowledge the invaluable contribution of our technical advisory committee members from IITs and NITs. Our technical partners, namely the Central Water Commission, and which was led by Sri Aditya Sharma sir. Thank you so much, sir. And the Central Groundwater Board, which was led by Sri A.K. Biswal sir. Thank you so much, sir. And it was also led by National Institute of Hydrology, which was led by Dr. Lavi Galkate sir. Thank you so much. And the IIHR Young Professional Networks from Southern India, Western India, and India chapters, which is led by Professor T.I. Aldo, Professor Manas Ranjan Behra sir, Professor Sanyasi Raj sir, and Professor Zulfikar Ahmed sir. Thank you so much. We express the deep gratitude to our government sponsors for their generous support. Our sincere thanks to the Central Water Commission under Ministry of Jal Shakti, Department of Water Resources, River Development and Ganga Regeneration, Narmada Hydroelectric Development Corporation, ABCD Center. Your contribution has made this event possible at the scale and standard we have aimed for. We also would like to thank our industry sponsors, whose presence in the form of exhibition is in the stalls at NC 101, has added the practical and engaging dimension to AWaRe 2025. A warm thank you to Ether Engineering and Educational Equipments, ADK Instruments, Flow Science India, Faludi Constructions and Infrastructure Private Limited, Sai Sanket Industries Private Limited, Lakshmi Civil Engineering Constructions Services Private Limited, RMS Consultancy and Contractors. Your innovations and technical exhibits are a true inspiration to the students and researchers alike. A very special thanks goes to the core organizing committee, our dedicated student volunteers. Your commitment and energy and enthusiasm have been instrumental in executing every detail with excellence. This event would not have been possible without your unflinching support. Thank you so much. Lastly, and not certainly least, the heartfelt thanks to all our audience members, students, researchers, faculty, industry professionals, and guests for being a part of this occasion. Your active participation and keen interest are what makes the events like AWaRe meaningful and impactful. With that, we officially conclude the inauguration ceremony of AWaRe 2025. We look forward for an enriching journey ahead in the technical sessions and collaborative discussions that follow. Thank you once again. Jai Hind.
I request to all the dignitaries on dais to have a group photo. हाँ डैस
Sir, please, sir.
Sir, all respected professors are most welcome on the stage, sir. Your presence will be really very motivating for us. I request Mrs. Rangaraju also to please join.
Thank you, everyone. Now, moving further for national anthem, that is followed by high tea arranged outside the auditorium, right hand side for professors and left hand sides for the participants. And those who have not get registered yet can go to the registration desk after it. So I request to each and everyone to stand up for the national anthem. For faculty, high key is right hand side, and for presenters, it is in left hand side. ये इसका
Hello. 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 Hello.
Welcome back, everyone. It is requested to participants that are outside the auditorium, please come to the auditorium. The inaugural keynote session is going to start. In the continuation of inaugural ceremony, we now move forward to our keynote session that is running in Civil Auditorium and parallelly in MME Auditorium. If anyone is interested in groundwater, so they can go there. It is in front of our Civil Auditorium only. So today we have extraordinary opportunity to get insights from our world-renowned expert. It is my absolute honor to introduce our first keynote speaker, Dr. Mukundas Babel. He is currently serving as Professor of Water Engineering and Management, Director of Center for Water and Climate Adaptation at the prestigious Asian Institute of Technology, Thailand. His impressive academic foundation began with BE Honors in Agriculture Engineering from Rajasthan Agriculture University, Masters in Soil and Water Engineering from AIT Thailand, PhD in Water Resources Engineering from AIT Thailand. What truly sets them apart? Dr. Babel ranks among the top 2% of world's most influential scientists according to Stanford University, and elsewhere an extraordinary distinction that places him among the most impactful researchers. Even more remarkably, Reuters placed him among the globe's top 1,000 climate scientists in 2021, highlighting his crucial contribution to understanding how climate change affects our water resources. His prolific research portfolio includes over 190 publications in premier international journals with a focus on the most critical areas for our water future, including climate change risk, adaptation in water and agriculture, drought and flood risk assessment, integrating water resources, and the vital water energy food nexus that sustains our society. His excellence has been recognized through prestigious international honors, including the International Award from the Japan Society of Hydrology and Water Resources in 2018 for his significant contributions to hydrology and international collaborations, the Meritorious Service Award in 2017 for outstanding academic advancement in water resources management. He also ranked as the second highest academic in Thailand with 42 publications during 2012-14, showcasing his extraordinary research productivity. Dr. Babel's influence extends far beyond research publications. As a board member of Asia Water Council and active contributor to leading international organizations including IAHR, IAHS, and IWRA. Distinguished delegates, please join me in extending a very warm welcome to Professor Mukundas Babel, So I would like to request Professor to deliver his session. Please, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. I think this was too much to describe me. I'm a simple water resource engineer by training, but I changed myself over the time. So today I'm going to speak on water and climate and try to put forward some thinking over next 20 to 30 years. So my lecture will be more forward looking rather than what I have done. That's the way I would like to present my talk today. Let me start with a quote. And this quote says that there are known knowns, there are known unknowns, and there are unknown unknowns. And Professor Rangaraju has given in his presentation which were known unknowns and now have become known knowns. But there are many unknown unknowns, okay? And we still need to investigate them, try to understand them. I don't know what happened to this. Use this, right? Okay. Or I can use this, right? Does it work? No, it's okay. I can use it. Go back. Yeah. So my presentation will start with challenges, which I would not spend any time because all of us know what are the challenges, right? But I would start with what we call transformative change. And I will look into how do we achieve that from integrated approaches. And it builds on very well, it builds on what Professor Rangaraju has said. And I will try to give examples and then I will take you to ABCD Center, which I'll try to explain you in a minute or two and conclude my talk with some final reflections. Yeah. So these are the challenges. I don't need to tell them. And main challenges are climate and water. And these two are deeply interconnected. The first sector which is going to be impacted because of climate challenges is water. And water would impact all the socio-economic sectors, whether it is industries or agriculture or any such sector, because whole economy depends on water, which we all are aware of. So I will not go into detail of anything by just saying that water is at the center of climate crisis. And please remember this because this will be again and again coming throughout my presentation. So let me start with what is transformative change. And few slides are more theoretical, which I would like, because all of you are researchers, professors, I like to start, thinking. And theory is important for us. And how do we convert that theory into practice and, of course, policy? This is how CWC is here. So they should be kind of supporting us, looking into 20, 30, 40 years from now, 2047, if we want to consider our plans for the 100 year, right? So the transformative adaptation And I'm trying to link it transformative change, which can happen to any organization also. But I'm trying to link it to climate change because this is our topic. So I would describe it, any significant change we would like to do in the structure or function that go beyond adjusting existing practices. So we shouldn't be talking about only existing processes and practices. We have to go beyond that. And that I will explain you further by giving you this example. This example is on the y-axis you see magnitude of inputs. And on x-axis we have magnitude of climate change response. And you see one is inaction, second is coping, third one is incremental, and fourth one is transformative. So of course, inaction, easiest to do. Don't do anything. But most of the time we are doing coping. Let's cope it. It's too hot. Let's put the air condition further down, 14 degrees, 16 degrees, whatever, right? I will challenge you later on that by doing this, we are trying to intensify the problem. Now, we would like to see incremental adaptation. But incremental adaptation would also lead to, okay, flood. Professor said flood. Let's make the dike high. Let's increase the height of the dam. This is incremental. But we need to go for further, which is called transformative. And transformative, of course, there are more challenges with transformative adaptation. What are the characteristics? The characteristics of a transformative change is you have to restructure. You have to think of shifting your path, your thinking, multi-scale, local to international. Local could be a village, river basin, state, country, international. Need to think at all the scales. Innovative solutions, I think it was mentioned in the morning. We need to think of innovative solutions. For example, I give you just an example. Insurance, flood insurance. Changing the land use, living with the floods, rather than dealing with the floods. Okay? System-wide. The system-wide thinking is very important. You cannot, if you have a problem in your body, you cannot just take care of your hand. You have to take care of your whole body. This is how systems approach is required. And of course, it should be persistent, long-term. It should persist. It should not fail. As I said earlier, this is theory. We need to think over it to try to see how we can achieve this. And to achieve this, there are 6 steps which I try to, and one of the very important steps is we have to change our thinking more towards socio-ecological thinking, socio-environmental thinking. So there are 6 steps which is listed here. Maybe somebody might like to close this lights so that it becomes more clearer for the audience here. Re-embed, reverse. Reverse means here economy should not come on the top. Ecology and society should come on the top. Your policy should be towards society and ecology. Promoting, this is what is mentioned earlier in Professor Rangaraju's, we need political participation and empowerment. Number 4 is design. Design has to be universalism, has to be taking care of marginalized group of people who are more vulnerable. And eco-social lens. So think from the eco-social perspective. The last but not the least is research, investment in research. So research should not be addressing the problem. Nowadays, problem solution should go away, because today's problem, tomorrow's solution becomes day after tomorrow's problem. So we need to think that today's challenge and what is our response. And challenge changes, which was nicely presented in the morning from 1960 to 2020s. You have nicely presented that how the challenge has changed, not the problem. You cannot have a solution to a problem because problems are very complex, especially in water sector. And we all know, and if you look back, which was not directly covered by you, but most of the challenges in water sector has come from outside water sector. Food security, putting pressure on water. Environmental security, putting pressure on water. Environmental flow, you talked about minimum flows, but environment, we should talk about environmental flows. Okay? So, I try to put this way, that water is at the intersection of climate and resilience. So if you would like to improve the resilience, we must do something with water first. And I'm of the opinion, with my 30, 40 years of experience, water is the first which is impacted, but water would give you the solution to those problems, those challenges. How? We need to see that. So one example, we recently established about 3-4 years ago, Global Water and Sanitation Center with Gates Foundation funding. It looks into 7 different kinds of issues which can help addressing some of the water and sanitation challenges. And just to look at transformative technologies commercialization hub. So we are helping universities and institutes, if they have got a product, how to commercialize it, how to make it available to the poor people, for example. This is one example. Another is a data hub, data innovation, which is a challenge we all know, we all do research. So I'll not go into detail, but this is one of the examples. Second example, we just started a project with UK and Canada funding, which looks into supporting socially inclusive climate adaptation and resilience in ASEAN countries. We are working in 10 countries. And we are looking into urban sector, which was again discussed today, but we are not looking into flood directly. We are looking into multifaceted hazard agnostic response to enhance urban resilience. Number one. Number two, we are looking into one of the area which has not been looked into that much is your urban heat extremes. So these are the 2 areas we'll be looking into in detail. The third project I would like to put forward is we look into hydrometeorological extremes and we look into drought in a particular river basin. Again, this is in Thailand, Moon River Basin, northeast of Thailand, which is drought prone, very similar to our western states, Rajasthan, Gujarat. And we have come up with some adaptation strategies which are transformative. And now we are going to the next step, which is looking into how do we upscale them. So this project is funded by French government. We are looking into how do we go from impact to adaptation to enhance the resilience in drought area. And this is another interesting part of another transboundary. We were talking about transboundary rivers with Aditya ji, but this is transboundary aquifers in Mekong Delta, Cambodia and Vietnam. And we are looking into three aspects: how the climate change is going to affect, what are the JEDSI tools, GEDSI, gender equality, disability and social inclusion, and how do we bring nature-based solutions to improve the groundwater management in a transboundary system, which is again a very complex from the aspect of Vietnam and Cambodia at two different levels of economic development and whatnot. This is just concluded project for Asian Development Bank. We spent 4 years on that, and we use transdisciplinary approach. And we look into this climate smart agriculture. 3 aspects: resilience, climate mitigation, and productivity. We shouldn't be talking about productivity, which was mentioned in the morning. Productivity must go in hand with resilience improvement and mitigation. Mitigation and adaptation must go hand in hand. And that kind of policies are required. Now, how do we achieve this? And I'm fond of this integrated water resource management because I started this 99, a course on integrated water resource management, which is now well matured over 25 years. Now I'm writing a textbook on that. And I like the approach, the frame. We like to achieve 3 goals. Number 1 is social equity. Number 2 is economic efficiency. And number 3 is environmental sustainability. These are our 3 goals. I think everybody agrees to that. But these 3 goals have to be achieved through 3 pillars. And pillar number 1, I call it enabling environment. Pillar number 2 is institutional arrangements. And pillar number 3 is management instruments. So to achieve these 3 goals, we need these 3 pillars to be strengthened, to be reformed, and we will go into a little more detail on this. What kind of enabling environment we need? And good that Ministry of Jal Shakti is sitting here through CWC. Water should be at the heart of policies, planning and investment. And this is happening in many countries now. Slowly it is happening. I can give you some examples. We need to think of Naxal's approach. This is because, tell me which country, there are few countries now started looking into, and we are doing some research on policy, Naxal's policies. What kind of policies are required so that you can meet water, food and energy securities, for example. So one of my PhD student is working on that. In fact, she will start working on. We need to mainstream water in other sectoral policies. Energy policy must be based on water because you cannot think of energy without water, right? Again, there are a lot of things in the interest of time. This is one example which we worked on. This is the unique probably the first time we have used this CRIDA approach, which is developed by World Bank, and I was involved in the development. CRIDA approach is climate risk informed decision analysis. So you take a decision, and this is a combination of bottom up and top down. And we applied it in the agriculture sector for the first time in Bhavani, I think, Bhavani River Basin in south of India. Again, one of my PhD students, she completed her PhD on that. Success solutions. We need to move away from interdisciplinary. No need to talk about disciplinary, multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary. Time is over. When I was student, we used to talk about multi and inter. Now we must work on transdisciplinary approaches for research, for education. And this is a challenge for most of the universities sitting here. How would you change your curriculum to make them transdisciplinary? We can discuss. I'm open to discussions. An idea here is connecting disconnected policies. Okay? So what we have come up with through another PhD student from Nepal, we have come up with assessment of water, energy, food nexus at river basin scale at 3 levels: water, energy, water, food, energy, food. So this is the first level. Then water and energy for food, water and food for energy, and food and energy for water. Second level. And third level is looking into all these 3. There's a published paper you like to see, you can approach me. I would be happy to share that paper. Institutional arrangements. Institutional arrangements, the governance is very important. And governance would give you a real transformative opportunity to change risk to resilience. And there was some discussions on risk, on flooding, what size of drainage pipe we should design. Whatever you design, there will always be risk. There will always be flooding. Unless you design over-design, then you will not be allowed from the economic perspective. So what is required is that how can we reduce risk? How can we improve the resilience? That should be our approach. And it could be incremental, which can lead to a transformative change later on. Institutions must foster multi-sectoral engagements, and which will not happen. You will not have one ministry with all the departments under this. It will never happen. What can happen, what should improve, what should enhance is the coordination and communication. And since we are all from universities, I try to emphasize on capacity building, which is very, very important. What kind of capacities? How to build those capacities? These are different questions beyond this today's lecture. So what we did, one of the examples is on water security. Now, we took, this project is, I think, 2014, 15, 16. And we took 6 months to decide what is water security. So we have to understand what do we mean by water security? How do we operationalize it? I was in New Delhi last month on 15th of May, and we were talking about this. It was a whole half an hour, 1 hour discussions we had on that. And we have developed the capacities of various cities. So I'll tell you what kind of simple tool we developed later on. Idea here is that we need to operationalize the assessment framework. So we come up with an assessment framework. And we applied it to different study areas. And similarly, we look into this river health. I think there's a lot of discussion going on in India. Sometimes please forgive me for my ignorance, what is happening in India, because I have been away for quite some time. But we look into this health, river health, not only quality, not only STPs, but look at the health, overall health. Okay, there is a framework. We also published this work and we applied. We look into two types of frameworks. One is which is citizen science. So approach here is science-based, citizen science, and indicator-based pure science, where you have the measurement of BOD, DO, whatever. Okay? Now, how this has been realized by UNFCCC? So they established this adaptation academy. It is called CAST Adaptation Academy, and AIT is part of it. We have been doing water-centering adaptation training programs since 2021. And whole idea is to train, not train really, to develop the capacity of the professionals to understand water adaptation. Now, the last pillar is instruments, management instruments. And I think some of these are known to us, but I would like to emphasize on storage. And this storage doesn't mean the dam reservoir storages. It could be soil moisture storage. It could be groundwater storage. Storage is one of the solutions. I like to bring to you pro-poor water management practices. Pro-poor. I would like to emphasize on nature-based solution, forecasting and early warning system. All these are management instruments which will help achieving our transformative change. So one of the examples, this water allocation. I thought of water allocation to different sectors in 2004-05. This was an Indian master student from India, Odisha. We come up with a very simple tool to allocate water based on the social, environmental, and economic aspects. Very simple tool. How much water should go to agriculture sector? How much water should go to industrial sector? How much water should go to drinking? And you can put constraint. And it's a very simple tool, which is, I was triggered by how the Thailand manages allocating water, very arbitrarily. So I had a meeting with them 2003-04. I said, I'll come up with more scientific way of allocating water. And I'm happy to report that they are using this tool. We talk about nature-based solution. My personal view is nature-based solutions should go hand in hand with hybrid solution, built solutions. Hybrid solution would be a way forward, because nature-based solution will take time. There was a very nice meeting in Bangalore in February. I was there. We were talking about nature-based solution only. And the conclusion is here. This is the tool I was telling. It's called WATSET. Some of you might have heard this somewhere. Water security assessment tool for cities. It takes care of 5 dimensions. So when we talk about water security in a city like Bhopal, can we say Bhopal is water secured? It's not only water supply, not only sanitation, water productivity, how productive your water is. And that reminds me to one study for UNEP, which I was mentioning to Aditya ji. We look into the productivity of water of Ganga, Indus, Helmand, and Mekong, and we compared with other five countries' water productivity. If I recall my results clearly, we were producing in 2006 only $2.5 per cubic meter of water, compared to 5 other countries which we compared. Their productivity was only $25 per cubic meter. So where are we? 2.5 to 25, 10 times difference. And how long it will take for us to reach there? Think, plan your policies. We look into third aspect on disasters. Urban flooding was very much drought. You know, cities are less impacted by drought. They get water from anywhere because of political, right? The fourth one is water environment. I'm happy that last 10, 20 years, a lot of work on water environment is done in India, improving the water bodies again, Bangalore is very good example. And the last one is water governance. So if you are doing well in all these 5 dimensions, then I would say that Bangalore city is water secure. Not having only water supply for 24/7, your city cannot be water secure. All these 5 dimensions. And I have done a lot of training programs. These are glimpses, at least 10, 15, and out of that, many of them were in India, Germany. And this tool has been used in almost 10 countries now. These are some of the examples. We will be happy to conduct such kind of training for Manit. I realized 10 years ago that water and climate must be brought together. So I initiated a conference which is called Water Security and Climate Change in 2016. And whole idea is to bring water scientists, water community, and climate community together. I'm successful to some extent. Over 10 years, we have been conducting this conference every year across the globe. We were in Bangkok. Next year, we were in Germany. In 2017, we were in Germany. 18, we were in Kenya. 19, we were in Mexico. 20, we were in Hanoi. 21, we could not do because of COVID. 22, it came back to Bangkok. And this is the picture of that. And whole idea here is we would like to bring this, as I said, 2 communities together. Now, ABCD, easy to remember, you will not forget. ABCD, I'm sure you know. But A is for Aachen, RWTH Aachen is in Germany. B is for AIT Bangkok. C is IIT Madras in Chennai. And D is Technical University Dresden and UNU Flores. So this Global Water and Climate Adaptation Center, this is what we called ABCD Center. The whole idea is to train next generation on looking into water security and global change. And we are now preparing the phase 2. First phase of about 4.5 years is over this year. And then next phase will run for another 5 years. And Somendra is sitting here. He is involved in this program. So we started with a first Indo-German Joint Masters program. And many of these ideas are part of this program. I will not go into detail, but what is interesting here is that we are training agents of transformative change. We would like these graduates take some such initiatives. The research is second component, and research is brought into 3 broad areas: water security, water resource management, ecosystem resilience, and nature-based solutions. The third one, very interesting, is transfer strategies for climate adaptation. So we have done a lot of, under this, there's a PhD program. We would like to educate this responsive, we call them FEL, Future Environmental Leaders. And third component is on transfer workshops. The idea is to kind of communicate research results to the professionals, practitioners, and policymakers. And we have done variety of such workshops. I think this is 14 number, which is old number, maybe 15, 16. And many places. Final reflections. And this is very important, that this is coming from my own thinking. Transformative change is a need of the hour, because we need to address both water and climate crisis. Number two, unfortunately, at international level, water is a stepchild. You know stepchild, right? Water is a stepchild, is a middle child. We would like this to be on par with the energy and land. Number three, transformative change which I have presented will not need groundbreaking or new research. There's a lot of research done, lot of knowledge generated already. What is needed is how do we mainstream it? How do we operationalize it? Of course, we need to evaluate them on the ground. So transdisciplinary approach is important. Evaluate them on social, technical, economic, and environmental perspective. And last but not the least, innovative water solutions, in my view, are key for both sustainable and climate resilient development. With that, I'm closing my talk with reminding us we never know the worth of water till the well is dry. And with that, this is my brief bio, which has already been said, which needs to be improved. I don't know from where she got the data. Thank you very much. I believe in discussions, so if time permits, we can have discussions here. If not, then we can have during lunch and coffee and whatever. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for that absolutely enlightening and thought provoking session. Now, I would like to request Mr. Adit Sarma, sir, to present a token vote to Professor Babil. Yes.
To share photos.
Yes, sir. Sure, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Thank you once again, sir. We now proceed to our next inaugural keynote, and it is my distinct privilege to introduce our keynote speaker, Professor M.K. Goyal. Dr. Goyal currently serves as a professor and dean of infrastructure development at IIT Indore and is also the chair professor in BIS standardization. Okay, sir. Sir, PPT नहीं open हुआ वो.
Okay, good afternoon. So after, two wonderful speakers, I don't know what I should speak or I should speak or not. Okay, I'll try my best, whatever we have done in last 5 years with wetlands, with Ramsar wetlands. When I got a call from AWaRe team that I should speak as a keynote speaker. So I thought, what should I speak? On which topic I should speak? Since we are in Bhopal, we are in Madhya Pradesh, so I started that we will speak on Bhoj wetlands. Because Madhya Pradesh or Bhopal is getting water, partly water from Bhoj wetlands. So I'll speak on Bhoj wetlands, then I build my lecture on the wetlands. Starting from Bhoj, we'll go to the global scale. And all this has been done in last 5 years with funding from Ministry of MOEFCC, Government of Madhya Pradesh, GIGAC, and many other institutions. So this last 5 years work I'll show you as a part of wetlands. Okay. So what are the wetlands? What are the?
Sir, use mic.
You can hear me, right? Without mic also you can hear me, right? Yeah.
Okay. Sir.
Anybody cannot hear me without mic? No? Okay, I'll speak with mic. Okay. So Ramsar wetlands are the wetlands of the water bodies which have been notified at Ramsar cities in Iran way back in 1972. So in India also we have, and they have this kind of stuffs. What kind of surface water storage, groundwater storage, buffers for extremes, maintenance, all kind of things that we know from the previous speakers. So I'll not go into the details. I'll go for the steps. SDGs also Professor Babel has discussed. So wetland covers all the SDGs. Why the wetland? Why we have chosen this topic? I'm from Indore, or I'm from Madhya Pradesh. Bhopal is a part of Bhuj wetland. And these wetlands are rich in terms of reservoirs of biodiversity. 40% of the world's plants, animal species live or breed in wetlands. More than 100,000 of freshwater species are there, coastal wetlands, and how much economy or ecosystem services we will provide, will get out of them. So there's an estimation or rough estimation of 47 trillion annually we are getting the ecosystem services. Human are destroying. What are the causes of the wetlands? And we are going to study the climate change. We are not going to study the drainage, infilling, pollution, urbanization, overexploitation, invasive species. We all are part of it. Okay, so my presentation will be, there are 6 parts, very, very small. So I am not in between of lunch and this presentation. Very, very small. What are the Bhoj wetlands? We have done some work for Indore Municipal Corporation. So I'll show the water quality monitoring apps. Then we have done some work on inland wetlands, coastal wetlands, and then we have work on South Asia. Then we have work on global wetlands. So I'll discuss all of that. Okay, so this is the Bhoj wetland. We are here in Madhya Pradesh, and you can see the Bhoj here. This is the area of the Bhoj, 32 square kilometer of area. If you go here in evening, you will see the enjoy in Ser Sapata in Bhoj wetlands. So what the problem is? The problem has come that what kind of inundation patterns are there in the Bhoj wetlands? Which area or which year it has been completely filled, which year it has been less filled. This is the problem statement we got from one of the funding agencies. Then we try to explore with help of remote sensing and GIS for Bhoj wetlands. You see the maps from last 30 years, 1993 to 2022. All these wetlands maps we have taken from remote sensing and satellite images. And we have found that highest area was 28 square kilometers in 2016 and the lowest was 12.4 kilometers in 1996. We tried to little bit analyze them, what kind of, because funding agency was also interested why these patterns are coming. So these patterns are coming because of different regions. Obviously, one is the precipitation. Another thing we gave them, this is the Bhoj wetlands map. What kind of things are happening here? Encroachment. Image descriptions we have done surrounding the infrastructure. You see there is a international airport, there is another encroachment, roads and railways, human settlements, drainage and streams which are meeting the Bhoj wetland, they have been completely dried up. Then you have a topographical elevation. So human settlement, housing and urban areas, vegetation clearance, and land conservation. These are 4 priority areas we have identified for the agency, that why the Bhoj wetlands area is little bit shrinking. Okay, go ahead with the Bhoj wetland. This is the work we have carried out for Indore Municipal Corporation. We have developed the app. You can see the app here. The link for the app. And if you see it here, you can see any of the sites, Ramsar site. Here you can see the Bhoj wetland is here. Out of this Bhoj wetlands, they need some kind of a water quality parameters, because Tyson was there in the one of the Indore wetlands. So they need the area for that. So we have developed some kind of indices, NDCI, NDTI, NDWI, or NDMI. Chlorophyll index, turbidity index, they are the primary focus for the funding agency. So you can select these water quality parameters, and out of these 32 square kilometer area, which part I should take my machines in order to remove the water Hessian or many other. So that kind of understanding we have given to Indore Municipal Corporation, or now is for Bhopal. We have shown it for Bhopal. So I'll not go with this. If you can see for the Sirpur wetland that we have carried out in May 2025, here is the area, and these are the 2 areas where you have a high eutrophication area. So once you find out the high eutrophication area, we can have the manpower to deploy this. Third part, what we have done, we have taken the inland Ramsar sites as well as coastal Ramsar sites. There are total 89 Ramsar sites, so out of which we tried to assess their risk, how the risk is varying in these ecosystems. So 16 coastal wetlands and 69 inland wetlands. Okay, first we'll go for coastal wetlands. So total 89 Ramsar sites, 16 coastal wetlands are there. If you see on the western coast, we have a high annual precipitation, and the eastern coast we have a lesser precipitation, and these are the all that we listed on the 16th. Okay, what kind of methodology we have identified? I'll not go to the details of all the methodology, but I'll come to one point, whether what kind of risk they are there in terms of hazard, vulnerability, and exposure. So wetland health is one of the parameters that Ministry of Environmental, Forest and Climate Change, MOEFCC, they have this wetland health parameter. And this wetland health parameter is computed for the risk, hazard, vulnerability, and parameters. And then we have come out with Sustainable Development Plan, Biodiversity Conservation Plan, and Climate Action Plan. I was also involved in making the action plan of 2 Ramsar sites. So this is the methodology we have used there. So what kind of healths are there? If you see the left-hand maps, here health has been mentioned for all these coastal wetlands. So Pallikarnai Marsh wetlands is got poor health. So that kind of wetland health index measures we have mentioned. And how this has been mentioned? They said there are 10 parameters here, whether wetland conservation is there or not, natural outlet ratio, natural inlet ratios, wetland map, wetland notifications, words counts, management plan, all kind of things based on this wetland health score we have prepared. Okay, coming to this Pallikarnai, once we have this wetland net, what kind of risk are there? So we have computed the risk scores. If you see the risk scores sites, wetland risk values, high risk, moderate risk. So high risk, but also they are for Pallikarnai Marsh wetlands. Okay, coming to the inland wetlands, all inland wetlands. And inland wetlands also we have computed the risk based on the similar method. So risks are there in maximum in Pyas Conservation Reserve, which is located in Punjab. So health score was 93, which comprises endangered animals. It provided habitat for endangered Indus river dolphin and critically endangered gharial. However, the risk is maximum for that. Then we'll go for arid and coastal Ramsar sites. There is a project called, we have received one project of Indo-Israel. In India, we have an arid region. This is for coastal, but I'll talk about arid also. In India, we have arid region of Rajasthan and Gujarat. In Israel also, they have the arid region. So we have one project. So I'll talk about that project also. Here is the another risk of hazard, vulnerability, and parameters based on fuzzification parameters we have done of these all the coastal wetlands. based on precipitations. So these some wetlands have high risk, some wetlands have lower risk, depending upon the GIZ methodology or GIZ contribution they would like to have from us. Another things, they also want us the inundation patterns of all the wetlands. Like I have just shown for the Voj wetlands. Here I am showing the inundation patterns of all the wetlands in which we have given the areas based on United Nations Ramsar sites. What is the maximum area in which year, minimum area which year, and how much is the inundated area in 2020. So that kind of inundation map also requires for the planning purposes to make an integrated river-based Ramsar site management plan. There is one case study of Thane Creek, what kind of impact assessment is there on these wetlands, and there is one more newspaper reports for that. I will not go into the details. This is one study that I was talking about Indo-Israel projects. In Indo-Israel project, Israel also have the 5 arid wetlands. We have a 17 arid wetlands. You see it here. All has been mentioned in the arid area. They are mentioned in the arid area parts. So these 7 wetlands we have taken, and the objective is to find the risks which are on higher risk for inundation patterns as well as encroachment. So this kind of methodology we have developed, and we have found out that average annual precipitations of these wetlands will increase from 500 to 700 to mm to 800 to 1200 mm. It means these wetlands are moving from semi-arid region or arid region to the humid regions. They will be no more we call to as a arid wetlands. Okay, so the same thing we have applied for all other wetlands as well. And now, what are the key takeaways from all these wetlands of understanding the risk levels? Here I have shown the map of Madhya Pradesh. If you can see it here, this is the Sakhya Sagar. This is the Sakhya Sagar wetlands, Bhoj wetland, and Indore we have a Sirpur and Ramsar wetlands. All these 4 wetlands we have taken. And what are the key takeaways in terms of risk levels? Because in 2020 there was huge rainfall in Bhopal, and near the Bhoj wetland there is one Chirayu COVID center that has got an overflow. So what are the key takeaways? Urban and coastal wetlands are under high risk and they are more vulnerable to the flash floods. So these are the steps that we have come out with all kind of wetlands. Why wetlands are high risk? Urbanization, climate change, poor drainage, human activities, and lack of maintenance. 3 portions we have actually covered in the Indore wetlands. Rest of the things are there everywhere. What are the possible solutions? These are the possible solutions: restoring natural water flow patterns, reducing upstream flooding, construction of water control structures, and developing a monitoring systems. So we are part of developing a monitoring systems. The rest of the things are the part of kind of construction infrastructure things. Then there is another study. This is the we have taken all the South Asian wetlands of the six countries: Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Nepal, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka. All wetlands has been taken, and these kind of studies we try to understand the water, climate, society nexus in South Asia. So what we have done, we have taken 1 kilometer of the buffer area and how much is the cropland in each of these wetlands. We have taken the human population in each of the wetlands in 1 kilometer buffer area, and then we try to understand the trends in terms of precipitation and trends in terms of maximum temperatures. So once we have an area of the croplands, once we have human population, that will give us about the livelihood and exposure, and then we have a precipitation and temperature patterns. It means hydroclimatology. So what we have identified out of this is climate analysis revealed that widespread warming trend across almost 90% of the sites, while precipitation patterns shows significant spatial variability. Another thing that we have carried out is the trends in all of these wetlands from 2000 to 2013 or last 30 years. Which area are they significantly increasing? Are they increasing? Are they significantly decreasing or decreasing? So out of these, let's say 89 wetlands are there in India, Ramsar site, for which wetlands I need to prepare a management plan with help of MOEFCC. So that background study has come out from here. And these are some of the examples of the wetland that are deteriorating in the conditions. Okay, so these are the final results of whatever I just discussed. That these are the there are 12 sites which are on high risk of drying: Ropar Lake, Parvati Lake, Harike Lake, Koleru Lake, Tamsamudi Lake, Upper Ganga Lake, and other. So few of them, they have started to develop the river basin Ramsar wetland management plans. Last study that they have given is to take what's happening to all the global wetlands. 2490 is the Ramsar sites wetland across the world. So what's happening to them? In Asia, you have 465 wetlands. In Africa, 424. Europe, all kind of things. So what's happening onto them? So what they would like to ask, what they are understanding is that is there any kind of significant variability coming in these wetlands from historical perspective? This is the picture in the left hand from historical perspective. This is the picture for the future. So what kind of historical perspective to the next 30 years or 50 years? What kind of things will come up? So if you can see that future clustering and widespread of the orange points, these are the orange points. So they indicate that rising the global rainfall variability and a shift from aridity towards the better conditions in the global climate. So there is some kind of shifting. I'll make it that clear a little bit here. If you see it here, in arid wetlands, we have around 447 wetlands here as of now, present conditions. In the future, they are expected to 512. So few wetlands or the area in which these wetlands are located, they are shifting from more aridity to lesser aridity, or I can say from arid to the humid regions. While in some areas like polar, from 66, they are decreasing to 12. So in future, there's a maybe rainfall inconsistency will be there, but this is one of the most important conclusion. In India as well, you can see in India, number of arid wetlands, there are 22 now, and in the future, they will remain 16. So shifting of the climate from aridity to the less aridity or aridity to the humidity will be there in the next 25 to 30 years. Okay, so these are our publications that has come out of this. Around 8-9 publications has come out through the various external funding. These are the few references, and with this, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable session. Now, I would like to invite Professor Vishnu Prasad, sir, to present memento to our Professor Manit Goel, sir. Thank you, sir. Any questions? No, sir. One question.
Yes. Come up with some specific criteria, like keystone specific, Ghadial. These things should be there. So they have some kind of specific prescription. Minimum area should be there. For a small lake, it will not work. Like I'll give you the example out of 89 wetlands, minimum area is 1.01 square kilometer. For Bhopal lake is 1 for which I develop the management plan. And if you take the biggest one is Calcutta Sundarban, more than 20,000 square kilometers. If there is some kind of a keystone species or some specific features are there, then only control this one. Or methods will work or not, but you should have some kind of a minimum specific.
Any questions?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We shall Now proceed with our program schedule. I invite all the participants to join us for the lunch, after which we shall reconvene our subsequent technical sessions. Our lunch venue is uh, faculty guest house, and buses are outside. You can go from that too. Okay. Finish.
Can open this one. But it is, I don't know why there is a delay in the fingertips of anything much in the I've tested so many times that it's just document recovery task no removal file and I hope like it is working. Yes, it is working.
So this is time series. Okay. It is not so long. Which is good. Just 2 minutes. Plus 2.
Good afternoon, one and all. Welcome again for the technical keynote. It is my distinguished honor to introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. Somen Nath Quiri. He is currently serving as Associate Professor in the Civil Engineering Department at IIT Madras. His academic foundation. Okay. Okay. Oh, so please welcome our professor. You can use this mic too. Yeah. You can use this mic too.
Hello. Yeah. So this is post-lunch session. I hope you'll not sleep. Okay. So I'm Professor Somendranath Koire from IIT Madras. And in this talk, I'll focus on urban flooding. But the focus is on the connection of different processes. In case of urban flooding, our major input is rainfall. Now, if it is historical event, then we have observed data. It can be rain gauge, it can be radar, it can be satellite. However, if you want to forecast for, let's say, early warning, then in that case, we need atmospheric simulation. So we have started working in that direction. It's a very time-consuming simulation. My colleague, Professor Chandan Sarangi, he is doing this simulation, atmospheric process with WRF. Now simulation time is long, but once we get good results, I think we can work on it so that we will get forecasting system. So the title is Atmospheric Hydraulic Modeling Framework for Urban Flood Simulation. And my focus is Chennai. Now, if you look at in the last 2 decades, especially because of extreme precipitation, we can see floods in different cities. It can be small city too, like major cities, metro cities. And this is more problematic where the topography is flat. Your drainage system also does not work in an efficient way. So that is the whole problem, and Chennai is like that. Chennai is a coastal city and it's very flat. Some of the portion, it's below mean sea level even. So draining is big problem. Not only that, if the flood happens during high tides, then many outlet channels get blocked. So that is another problem. Okay, so I'll be focusing on Chennai. So there are different factors for urban flooding. In the morning also, it was discussed. So one could be meteorological factors, where high intensity but short duration rainfall. And then it can be cyclonic storms, especially in coastal cities. Then cloud bursts. And there can be hydrological factors like this is urbanization and other things like reduced infiltration because of impervious surface, then absence of many overbank flow channels, then synchronization of runoff from different parts of the watershed. This is also because of urbanization. There is not much concentration time. And then last is atmospheric factors, urbanization, encroachment, like floodplains, wetlands, even lakes, you know. So in Chennai, there is a comedy actually. Earlier, people used to say, "Where is my well?" Now the comedy is, "Where is the lake?" The lake is also disappearing. So something is happening. Then poorly designed, old and ill-maintained drainage system, and sometimes there can be sudden release of water if some water infrastructure is there in the upstream side. So for flood risk management, there are different measures for managing floods that can be short term, long term, and not only this, there are many other measures also. So short term could be like early warning system, so that at least you can remove your valuable things. Like if you look at 2023 Chennai flood, there was good rainfall forecast that something is going to happen. So many people took out their cars and they parked it on the roads. The roads are in the higher elevation. So many cars were saved. But that did not solve the entire problem. And then long term could be studying the basin very carefully, go for flood hazards and other analysis, and go for different types of structural and non-structural measures. So now what we have done is my research group, though there are many models like Mike, HECRAS, Telemac, so many other models are there, but we are still developing some state-of-the-art models. One is IROMS we have developed. This is integrated river and ocean modeling system. We can model both inland and ocean side, like storm surge, coastal flooding, urban flooding, all these things we can simulate. Now, why we are developing this model? We have realized that if we want to simulate this urban flood in a large scale, we need very, very efficient modeling system, especially for forecasting. So we have gone for a very simplified model, which will work especially where the flood is because of rainfall only. Because rainfall related flood is slow rising flood. So we can approximate it. So this model, it can work for like urban floods. That map is for downstream part of Adyar River, and that is the main part of Chennai city. Then this model also works for dam break study, and then storm surge, and then compound flooding. Nowadays we are talking about compound flooding because coastal city, they get flooded simultaneously during cyclone time. Heavy rainfall in the land side and then storm surge from the ocean. And the coastal city can be flooded by compound effect of these two things. So if you look at the modeling steps, first input is rainfall. The source can be depending on your events. For historical event, we can go for rain gauge, radar, or satellite data. For forecasting, we need like a WRF simulation or some other model. Nowadays, people are going for ensemble model simulation because uncertainties are there. And then during flood time, we can approximate many hydrological processes. We don't need all the components. So some part of the infiltration will work because if the watershed is large, everywhere it's not raining simultaneously. And then we have this hydrological and hydraulic modeling part. And then we can go for runoff generation. And once we get it, then we can get flood inundation maps. So what we are doing is, if you see rainfall and infiltration, we are adding extra in our traditional saltwater model. And here we are approximating all models, two-dimensional models, they solve full 2D equations. But what we are doing is, we are not considering convective acceleration, we are approximating. As a result, your computation is less, and simulation time is also first because time step size will be more. These are some technical aspects maybe for the PhD students. And another thing with this model, we are simulating only the flood depth. We don't simulate the velocity. So that's why we are taking less time. And this is on square grid, like you can directly use a digital elevation model. Now, another aspect is, if you look at Chennai, which is located in Adyar Basin, we have river and we have huge reservoir on the upstream side. So during flood time, the gates are opened. So there will be release from there. So that water and the water from the upstream watershed, all these will join and flow into the Adyar River, and Adyar River will overflow. This is one kind of fluvial flooding. Then because of direct rain also, there will be flooding. So because of that, we need to simulate the contribution of reservoir release. Now, if you look at hydraulic model, we generally don't use for reservoir simulation. If we want to go for that, then we need bathymetry of the reservoir, inflow, outflow, and simulation time will be huge. What we have done is, we have borrowed the idea from hydrological modeling framework, where we have level pool routing. There we don't simulate the reservoir, but we relate it with inflow and outflow, that release pattern. So what we have done is, we have borrowed that concept and we have put it in the hydraulic model. Only thing is, we have to demarcate the reservoir area and you mask it out as if it is infinite sink, and the model will automatically calculate all the inflows. That is part of hydraulic model. And at the outlet, if you are following the reservoir, that rule curve, we can give that as a boundary condition. Otherwise, if the release pattern is different, sometimes during flood time, they don't follow exactly the rule curve. So we can give that pattern. So we have automatic calculation of inflows, outflow as a boundary condition, and then we will automatically get all the computation in the hydraulic domain. Now, what is the advantage compared to hydrological model? Hydrological model in the watershed, it does not simulate local flooding. It routes everything to the stream and only stream flow we get. But this model, it's taking care of all the features and it can simulate local flooding. So that is the biggest advantage. So as a result, now we can simulate the entire basin and we can look at what is the flooding pattern for different rainfall scenario, and we can go for flood mitigation measures. Like in Chennai especially, there are so many lakes. How to operate the lakes, whether the lakes can mitigate to some extent, or if we need any structural measures, those scenarios you can simulate at watershed scale. So that is the biggest advantage of this approach. Okay. So these concepts are from level pool routing method. So we have this inflow-outflow relationship. Now I will discuss about this application of Chennai flood. So though Chennai city is big, but major part of the city is located in the downstream side, and that is the Chembarambakkam reservoir. And in between we can see the Adyar river. So we have selected only this Adyar basin. Earlier what we were doing is, we were running hydrological model, and then we were getting runoff and putting as boundary condition in the river and ocean side tide condition, and we were simulating flood in the city area. But now our model can simulate entire area, and we can get detailed flood pattern over the entire basin, and we can go for detailed study. So first we did this WRF simulation for rainfall forecast, and we have considered 2015 Chennai flood event. which was 1 in 100 years scale. It was huge flood. So we have gone for large eddy simulation. Traditionally, we take 3 domains, but here we have gone up to 200-meter resolution. We have taken 5 different domains. And target area is Auditorium. But this is taking a huge simulation time. We need to work on this thing. So we have done different experiment like default setting in the atmospheric model. Then we have modified it with this aerosol contribution. And then we have tried to compare simulated rainfall with the rain gauge data and satellite data. So we are getting good comparison. This is there are 2 stations in this part. So the comparison is like this. Now, if we go to Chennai flood in 2015, so this is the area, the hatched area in the bottom figure, that is the Chennai metropolitan area. And upstream side, there is Kanchipuram and other side. What happens if there is huge rainfall? This is a funnel shape. All the water will go to the city side. And then Chembaramakam releases there. All water will join together and it will try to flow in the Adyar River. But Adyar River does not have that much capacity. So then it will overflow, and nearby the river, there will be huge damage because of high intensity flow from the river. And in the remaining part, there can be inundation because of just rainfall, because the land is flat and drainage system is not enough. So this is the workflow. We start with high resolution digital elevation model, then LULC and soil map. These are components of hydrological model. And then we generate curve number for infiltration purpose. And then we get effective rainfall. And then we run our distributed hydraulic model for flood inundation map. So finally, we get map for entire area. Now, if you look at this reservoir, for this reservoir, there are 3 inlets and 1 outlet. So we were checking our model whether we are able to capture the inflows properly or not. So that was one task, because we have observed data. During 2015, gates were operated based on rule curve. So all the data we have. So this is inflow and outflow pattern during the event. And then we have set our model with all LULC and other things. And in this version, if we want to simulate with rain gauge data, then during that time we had only 2 rain gauges. So based on that only we have to simulate. Otherwise we have satellite data, IMARS satellite, and then WRF simulated rainfall. So here we are trying to compare reservoir inflow, and we have tried to compare with different error metrics. So how it is coming? So rain gauge is still giving good results. We have only 2 rain gauges, but still it is giving good results even compared to satellite data, and then no, not with with respect to WRF, because WRF is giving distributed rainfall. So that is giving the best result, then rain gauge, then satellite. And this is the inflow-outflow comparison. So we are able to capture the inflow and outflow pattern. There is a difference, but still it is within the limit. And then how to compare the flood inundation, whatever we are getting. What happened after 2015 event? There was survey conducted by IIT Madras, NRS Hyderabad, ISC Bangalore. So they went to the field and they collected flood marks. So we have 100+ data points, and then we have compared here how we are getting that maximum flood depth. It's here R square is around 0.9. So we are getting good correlation. However, we don't have satellite observed inundation map because during this event there was thick cloud, so we don't have good inundation map from the satellite. So now we are trying to compare, means what happened in the upstream rural side. This left side, that is upstream side, it is relatively rural. So, but we have limited data points, observed data points. And in the downstream side, we have classified it in two groups. One is fluvial flooding, that is because of river outflow or overflow, and their damage was more. And the remaining part, it was just because of rain. So when we are comparing, here also we are getting good correlation. And this is the river overflow pattern during the event. And we have compared it with our previous studies. And this is both rainfall, that red color, and blue color is for like river flooding, fluvial. Now, this is the biggest advantage of this model. Now, with the help of this model, we can generate inundation map for the entire basin. So here we have demonstrated with one big reservoir, but we have done other studies where we have tried to know the lakes. Actually, there are many lakes in the upstream side. Their sizes are not this big, but they are also big. So we were playing with, like, let's say, if we dredge all the dam, small, they call it tanks, those water bodies. If we dredge them by 1 meter or 1.5 meter, then how much we can take care? That mitigate means flood in the downstream side. So those studies also we did, and here interestingly you can see that where we see large concentration. So all the water is going, and as if they are getting stagnant there. Now I heard that this Chennai metropolitan, that Tamil Nadu urban infrastructure, they are planning for another reservoir in that area, just to store that water, because otherwise that water will flow to the city. There is no other choice. And another option they are exploring, from that lake, Chemarambakkam lake, that area, directly water will be pumped to the ocean by overbridge kind of thing. So these are the options they are trying out. And this is one inundation map NRSC published for that small area, and our pattern is matching with their pattern. So this is like we don't have much data other than surveyed flood marks. And then we have tried to go for this hazard maps, which area is more hazardous based on the depth. And this is a standard classification for hazard maps. And then we can get it for IMERGE and WRE for both rainfall data. So we had, I think nowadays what we should do is, we should not simulate flood just based on one rainfall input like rain gauge data or satellite data or radar data, because all instruments, they have uncertainties. So, and all models, like one model is not good enough. If we go to ECMWF, we'll see that number of models are there. So we should go for different sources of rainfall, we should simulate, and we should give some kind of ensemble that plus minus this inundation pattern. If we convey our results in this way, then only people will believe us. Otherwise, if I say 1 meter depth and hardly 0.5 meter, people will complain, what is this forecasting? But if we can bring out this type of uncertainty, then there will be more reliability. And now, next thing is, when we go for flood inundation for a city, the problem is capturing buildings and other things. Flow in between the buildings, that's streets, then canals, then roads. So for that, we need very high resolution data. And once you go for very high resolution data, then the problem is simulation time will be huge. Means it will not be useful for forecasting. So there again, we are going for another kind of intervention. We call it subgrid method. So grid within the grid. So we are trying to capture topographical features in high resolution so that we get better inundation pattern. So if you see the result in the same model we have done, like left side, for the entire watershed, we can go for 30 meter, 60 meter kind of grade. Then you see we are not able to capture buildings and other things. But if we go for 10 meter, we can capture many things. We can, if we go for 2.5 meter or so, our inundation pattern will be more realistic. So how to do that? One possibility is this kind of subgrid method. And this we have demonstrated in one publication, but still we need to work. And if we go for subgrid method, you see our inundation simulation is far more accurate. We are getting close to street level map, that which street can get flooded. And this was another simulation considering building without considering building. I wanted to show you the animation, but it's not working here. So that's all from my side. If you have any question, you can ask me.
Tell a person who is in charge of the reservoir, bring down the water level in anticipation of rainfall. He will never do it because he's not sure the rainfall is going to come or not. Now that you have a model where you are having these predictions, my suggestion is the following. If you are anticipating heavy rains in the next 3 weeks or so, you lower the reservoir, store the water which comes in the high flood so that the downstream is saved. And you can have the exercise proved for the 2015 flood. For example, you say that if you had brought down the water level in April or May, whatever it is, then did the storage, this would have been the result and not what you got. So this is an idea which I had in mind, but I have not worked on it, but you should consider that.
Actually, we have done this exercise and we have published in one paper. What we have done is, like not only this Chembarambakkam lake, what we have done that, let's say just before the flood, if the reservoir is 50% full, 30% full, this type of scenario we have considered. And at the same time, all other relatively large water tanks, we have considered that also. And then we have simulated different scenarios. And very interesting thing we have found, and then we went for urbanization forecasting also. We saw that we have two events in Chennai. One is 2015 and one is 2005. So 2005 is like 1 in 50 year. And 2015 is 1 in 100 year. Now, when we manage in this way, we could see that down the line 2030, if the city is growing, even in that scenario, that 2005 flood and 2015 flood is not going to change drastically, that inundation. However, if we don't take care of all these measures, and some of the lakes, if they are losing their capacity, then 1 in 50 year event is behaving like 1 in 100 year. So we have done this type of exercise and we have the results. But now next could be, if we get detailed data of these water bodies, then we can quantify. Now it is like qualitative, that it's playing this type of role. Thank you. This mic.
One thing, you were talking about that from the reservoir, they are taking through bridge to the ocean. How much flow are they taking? Quantity of flow?
Now that is like under consideration by Tamil Nadu Urban Infrastructure. They are telling that they will use huge pumping system. They will pump and put it in the overbridge kind of thing. It can be huge diameter pipe, and they will take out like some amount of water. But how much That's they are working
No,
on.
I am talking about the flow rate. How many cubic meters per second? Like
For this
that.
one.
How many cubic meters of per second will be diverted through the pipeline, proposed pipeline?
That I have not done that exercise.
Okay.
But
Thank
certainly, I think based on pipe diameter, slope, and all other things, they are calculating. But this is one option they are thinking now.
Oh,
Because the problem is in the AWaRe river, they cannot push too much water. Because from many areas, many drains are flowing there. Once the river level goes up, they all gets choked. And then even the city water will not go out. So this type of problem is there.
Are they trying to dredge AWaRe river? Dredging of
No,
outer river?
dredging they are not doing because already some part of the river is below mean sea level. So it's a very flat area.
Okay.
Only some part they are widening, but we cannot play with the river that we have tested.
Okay. Thank
Or I
So,
think, maybe quick.
I have a doubt. I think little one. I mean, actually, the model you have developed. So during monsoon, are you running this model on real-time basis and disseminating the data to local people, or is it simply a research
No,
work?
we are doing it, but at the same time, because we don't publish this result and put it on the site for public use, I think then we have to take a lot of responsibilities. We are not in that stage, but the good news is Tamil Nadu state government, they are coming up with a flood forecasting system. One huge project is going on already. So we are getting some kind of forecasting, but this is a different effort from our research, from our lab. But we are also in the review committee there. Soon you will get something, means in 1 or 2 years,
Okay.
this type of things will be in the public domain.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, I would like to request Mr. Adit Sharma, sir, to facilitate our keynote speaker with Momento. Thank you, sir. Moving further, I am deeply privileged to present our next keynote speaker, Professor Rajiv Mathi. He is currently holding the position of Professor in Department of Civil Engineering at IIT Kharagpur. He earned his PhD in Water Resources Engineering from IISc Bangalore, Masters in Hydromechanics and Water Resources from Bangalore. I welcome Professor Rajiv Mathi to deliver his session.
Yeah, that is working, but it will help me to move around. Okay, thank you very much for the introduction, and everyone, good afternoon. I hope all of you are very much tired already from the morning. But this particular session, what I am, when I was presenting, when I was preparing this one, and after getting this invitation from Dr. Hasid, that what exactly to be presented. So I carefully selected this particular title, where it is a changing characteristics of hydroclimatic extremes and population exposure. So before I start, I want to tell you that there are a couple of aspects in this title itself. So the first two words are the changing characteristics. That means I am not doubting that hydroclimatic extremes. So that is there already. But now their characteristics are also going to change. Number one. Number two is the population exposure. So it is not that something is changing. How they are affecting to our population and what is their future directions also where these things may have an effect. And third part is that when I'm talking about the characteristics of a particular thing, they are what type of characteristics that I'm trying to talk about. Because the extremes are there, that extremes will have can be characterized in a different manner. Now these things will change depending on the which variable I'm considering. If I'm considering rainfall, that will be one thing. If I'm considering temperature, that will be one thing. If I'm considering soil moisture, that will be another thing. Now it is the time of the extreme, not only for a single extreme, there may be some more than one extreme can also occur. You just now heard that compound flood. Similarly, there are some compound extremes are also possible. So what I mean to say is that even if this title looks like that key one of the title, but it is that there can be several branches, so there can be several different directions are there. So the first disclaimer is that this is one of the particular aspect I will touch upon on all these things. Before that, yeah. So we already know that one the impact is almost every sector, and there are some spatial and temporal variations are there. Now the spatial variation when I'm talking about, then the coastal region, inland region, or even the hilly region, they may have some different aspects. Secondly, depending on their that geographical location also, that may also change. So our task now, the time that we are standing now, it is not only that impact, it is basically we have to identify where the impact is more and where it is less. Say for example, some temperature increase where the area where the population or the civilization or the development index is very less, will have one impact. Depending on that, on the other place where it is highly populated, highly dense, that the impact will be more. So the question is the same, how we can model this hydrologic time series or data. So these two are the different thing. As you know that time series means there is always a time tag, and data means without the time tag. But before I go, this is a kind of an acknowledgement slide. Whatever I generally, wherever I go and present, these are the work from some of my past student. And I'm proud to see one of my student that who is there in the middle on the top, yes, Pichuka, the Subbarao Pichuka, who is there in the audience, who is now is there. And similarly, others are also there in the top row where the degree is awarded. And second row and some of our campus life, just to give you that one. It's an acknowledgement side where from I am borrowing the results from the students. Overall, in our group, we call it as a hydroclimatology at IIT KGP. It is starting from the climate impact on water resource to hydroclimatic teleconnection. Nowadays, these words are very much known to our general community, like El Nino, La Nina. Those things are already now in the media also, but 20 years before when we started, it was not that common. And also the GCM and downscaling. Nowadays, that the potential of this machine learning to understand these things in no time, the large language model also come in the water management sector. Drought management, flood protection, sea level rise, soil moisture modeling, hydroclimatic extremes, and remote sensing application. These are some of the areas that my group is working on in the different parts. And these are some of the introductory slides that we already know. That why I want to start with this part is that maybe the animation is not working. But anyway, the why I put is that these things you already know about the impact of this the global warming. But I want to draw your attention to the fact that even if this temperature-wise, some of the times we are thinking that is a 1 degree or it has to be limited by 1.5 or 2 degree as per the IPCC recommendation that you know. But there are a couple of things that it is creating the effect in different perspective of it. And we are working in the different domain of this one, starting from the ocean heating to the glacier melting, sea level rise, coastal inundation, just now we have seen. On the right hand side, these are some of the things we have to relook into it to understand where and when the things are going to change. I should come from the lower part of it on the right hand side. It is the increase in the hydroclimatic extremes that we have started realized already. The few things 10 years back we don't even expect. Nowadays we are experiencing it any time. We don't know which city, which location will have a cloud burst and all. What is happening? It is not that the total amount of rainfall or total amount of water resources is changing. What is happening? There is a spatio-temporal redistribution of the entire water that is available to us is changing. And very recently, what we are focusing, we are trying to focus is called the intensification of hydrologic cycle. I want you to just focus on the word the intensification, which may not be right. Rather than we should call it as an alteration of hydrologic cycle. It depends on the locality, region, and all over the world we have already started facing this one. Now, these are some of the events that we have already seen. So these things are increasing not only by their magnitude, there are several aspects of there, including their frequency also, that may have some change. I'm slightly skipping these things, and just for all of us more or less we know that there are different pathways are there through which we are thinking that we should evolve through. And these, some of the things are called it is called that shared socioeconomic pathways. This is basically with some hypothetical situations that how we should move in future. And that's called the SSP 1, SSP 2, 3, 4, and SSP 5. It all depends on how much the radiation that we are going to face. And then this changes in this future that we can see. And the worst scenario is basically that SSP 585 and the middle of the path is SSP 245 are there. Because I am just giving these things to you because these things will be utilized in the later part. So challenges are many, as just now whatever it is. So how this global scale changing scenario of this climate will be manifested in the smaller spatial scale. What are the changes? So if we see from the larger scale, then what is the effect that is going to come as small as, say, for example, a city like Chennai, just now that we have seen. So what will be the likely changes in the various attributes of one of the variables? So for example, the precipitation, including its mean, whether the mean is changing, whether the extremes are changing, whether their variability is changing or not. Similarly, the questions are many. Finally, what we need to focus on that, how these things are going to affect on the population. You remember that our population is increasing, the population density is increasing, but at the same time, the different socioeconomic pathways that they are showing, that increase in the population also varies depending on which pathways that we are considering. Most of that, the worst climate change scenario, SSP 585, indicates that our population density will decrease after certain time. Whereas SSP 370, the population is continuously increase. So these are also some of the factors that comes into the mind. So the three aspects I will discuss, but before that, I just want to start with a milder note. Is everything is bad, or there is something else also? Very recently, that's what I just used the word, the intensification of hydrological cycle or alteration of hydrologic cycle. So that means there are some of the studies very recently we have seen these things may cause oasification also. So we always call about the drying up, desertification, all these things, but it has been seen that there is a change in the aridity even across India itself. Some of the places are becoming greener. Just I want to start with that. So just to indicate that no, not everything is wrong, but there are places where it can go for the opposite word of the desertification is the oasification, which can also happen. And there are some studies where how this aridity is changing that has been shown in one recent study. But this particular thing I'll just discuss on the identification of the changes based on this climate change hotspots identification and their population exposure. What happens? There are a couple of things are there. It is not only the changing climate only, it is also the societal vulnerability. Depending on that, if there is a change, how much we will be able to, either we should go for the adaptation or mitigation. Depending on that, it depends on that how is our socioeconomic status, our population, our per capita income, the human development index, so on and so forth. However, we don't have that much reliable data on that, but very recently, if you see, this kind of data are also coming up. What the suggestion is that we have to integrate the changes along with this kind of social data set also. And then we will be able to identify the which region needs a more immediate attention, even if the changes may be same. So as you know that one, there are the spatial and the temporal changes will be there. Depending on the spatial, we can have a different zones, and the temporal, we can also have the different impact on the different seasonal time also. Some small mathematical parts. So instead of considering only the mean, a country like India should also focus on its seasonality, because the seasonality is one of the most important factor, and that basically leading to a challenges on the water management that we are hearing in the different studies. So considering these two, when we consider that Indian zoning, then we'll find out a very interesting feature, that it is even that western coast is not same. The Kerala coast is different than that northern part of this Mumbai coast. So what I mean to say is that, so this kind of characterization will help us to understand that where the character is the rainfall pattern or the character is different from one location to the another one, so that the zone-wise assessment we can go ahead with. So these are the different zones. I'm just skipping this part. So, and then comes to this hotspot identification. This we name as the precipitation beds hotspots identification, where we are considering 7 different characteristics of this rainfall pattern, starting from its mean, its variability, its extreme pattern, and its frequency, and how much the changes are. Considering all these things, I can just directly show you some of the results. And as you know, the first initially we have to go for some bias correction technique also. And then we have to find out the changes for the different perspective. Then here it is shown as the 3 different categories. The category 1 is how the seasonal pattern is changing. Category 2 is that how the extremes are changing. And category 3 is how the monthly patterns are changing. So now starting from this slide, so this is the annual changes from the different zones that we have just now we have shown. And this is a summary of these things, or how this. So this kind of quantification sometimes helps us to understand that where is the change, what is it increasing or decreasing for a particular location or not. And these are all points, almost a 25 kilometer by 25 kilometer grid, along with some uncertainty quantification. Nowadays, all of us we know that one, what is the use of this uncertainty quantification. Even in the design also, we have started utilizing this information of uncertainty. Now, if we just focus on the title, the slide will look like same, but the title of the slide will change. So now it is the annual precipitation. This is the same thing for the summer precipitation, monsoon precipitation, and the post-monsoon precipitation. Now, and the winter one. Summarizing all these things for all the seasons together, and for different season, what are the changes and what is their uncertainty associated to it. That's why there is a plus minus to this. But if I take it to a probabilistic measure, then one thing is very clear, that the probability distribution is shifting towards the right, which is a clear indication that the extremes, as you know, the rainfall is lower bounded by 0, the extremes are increasing, so there is no doubt for that. And this is for the all India part of it. Now, when I come to this, that the extreme the precipitation, first of all, we start with the median one, which is the 50th quantile, 95th quantile, and the annual maximum daily precipitation, AMDP we call it. And this is again the summary of that. But here also the same thing, that the probability distribution is shifting towards the right. When the probability distribution with respect to the current scenario and the future scenario, if it shifts towards the right, that means there is a change in the higher extreme side to that. Now comes to this, the zone-wise, that we call those zones, just now I showed is the different zones, and how each zone is changing the pattern. Where we can see that there is a wetter month sometimes become more wetter, whereas the drier month is becoming the drier. So it indicates that there will be pressure on the water management part of it for a country like India. Now coming to the hotspots, as I just showed that it has been considered both that annual mean as well as the seasonality, and we consider that 4 different parts. The red means it is the severely susceptible, highly susceptible, moderately susceptible, and the less one. So 4 different colors has been shown, and this is how the entire Indian map, excluding the Jammu and Kashmir, where the data is a little bit not so reliable, we have analyzed these things. And now there are different aspects. As I told that the population should come to it, and different other social factors also will come. And there are some tier 1 and tier 2 cities that there across India. And out of these, there are some more than 1 lakh population in India. There are something around 493 cities are there. And above 5 lakh population, there are 89 cities are there. And out of which 34% of the tier 1 and 40% of these tier 2 cities are vulnerable to this. And here is a map where it is ranked based on the PHI index, and you can see that which city where the more susceptible one, so far as the rainfall-based hotspots are there. Now, this is only one variable is considered, rainfall. Similarly, all other things like the soil moisture, which is for the agriculture, or other meteorological variables like the relative humidity and all are also very important to consider, not only for the agriculture, but also for the human health, which is also coming to the research in the recent time. Now, another aspect is that if we are saying so much about the rainfall pattern is changing, then the intensity, duration, and frequency, this relationship also will change. And one of the things that we have already started experiencing, not only in India, but across the world also, we have seen some of the events are occurring, which is totally unprecedented. We have not seen it earlier. So it is expected there is a regional change in spatiotemporal variation. So how about their changes in that the intensity and duration is concerned? One specific example is a 1 hour duration precipitation for the 2-year return period. So 2-year return period means it is an almost regular incident, and we can see that how for these different scenarios, the SSP 126 or 245, and the worst scenario is 585, how these things are changing even for this 1 hour, the intensified thing. So now we have seen that 585, which is the worst scenario, in the left panel, the lower bottom, you can see the red indicates that it is increasing. Now, you know that different source of the data will give you the different results. So we have to conclude considering different data. On the left-hand side, what you can see is that IMD-AA, that is the assimilation product that recently being available. And earlier, we generally use the ERA 5 data. But one thing is common, though there is a difference between these two results, but at least for the worst scenario, that even the short-term intense precipitation is increasing almost everywhere. What is the impact on this IDF? Now we have taken those grids and grids nearby, say, major cities like Kolkata, Chennai, Mumbai, and New Delhi. And these are for the different scenario, how much is the change, whether it is increasing or decreasing. In most of the cases, it is increasing only, and for the different scenario based. So in future, we don't know which path we are going to follow, but at least we can see that for almost for all, and the worst scenario is this one. So there, these things are changing. Now it is on the left-hand side is a 2 years, which is a regular event. On the right-hand side is a 100 years return period, which is the most extreme thing. Both the thing is increasing. Like this, we have considered almost all this return period and the durations. And in the future, different sectors are there. There are different projects are there. If you are going for a drainage network, it is only for the 25 years. For a dam, it may be more than 100 years and so. So for a city like Kolkata, on the left-hand side, this is the current or existing data set in the past. What is the idea of relationship? And in the future, there are different scenarios, the near future, mid-future, far future, and for the different climate change scenarios, how these IDF curves are going to change. These are the thing. And similarly, we can have it for the different locations. This is for the Mumbai. And this entire thing is basically available for each and every grid. What is the changes in the IDF relationship for each and every pixel, and this data set is already available in the mainly data set. You have to just give this lat long, download the data, and you can see that what is the current IDF and what is the future IDF for the different scenarios. Now, one more thing, I will not take longer for this one. Now, what is the effect that is going to happen in the population exposure to the compound extreme? As you know that there are different heat waves is there, extreme precipitation also there. They have their individual impacts on the society. Now, what if they are occurring together? Then that is what is called the combined impact. Now, these combined impacts are, it is already defined by this IPCC that it is either simultaneous or successive within certain duration. Then the impact will be more. And as we know that this is a societal exposure to the extremes, so here we consider, and you know that extremes can be many things. And compound, their combination can also be n numbers of these things. As I told, I'll just focus on the two specific things. One is the hot dry and hot wet. These two scenarios are considered. The climate data, as we know that we get it from the different GCM simulations, as well as the observed data, we get it from this IMD. But population data, as you know, there is no census. So last census was in 2011, and next census will be, how many of you know next census will be? 2027, announced just 2 days back, na? It is in June or something. Just 2 days back, it is announced that next census of India will be in 2027. After 16 years, generally it is 10 years gap. But anyway, so the question may come, where should we get the population data? So population data is also available from the NASA socioeconomic data. What happens? They are giving a projection also. Each and every grid, how this population is going to change. Now, what we do, this is what is the conceptually the compound extreme. That is something above the threshold it will come, and in between, within the n days, that n we have to define depending on the which extreme that we are considering, whether the other extremes is also occurring or not. Then we can consider those things as a compound extreme. And then these compound extremes can be combined together to identify the hotspot for that one. Now, how these things are, the effect is the delta E, if you see. So, for example, the current population is P, it will increase to or change to P plus delta P. Current effect, or say, for example, here the number of compound extreme is N now, and in future it will be N plus delta N. Now, if we multiply these two, then the current population multiplied by the current number of extremes, I am just taking as a base, and what is remaining is basically shown here. And there are three different terms will come. So changing the compound extreme only with the same population, that we call is the climate influence. Now, same number of extremes with the increased population, that we call as a population influence, and both are changing, that is the combined influence. So there are the three different factors are there, three different attributes are there to this overall change delta E. And then there are how to combine these two. There are different cupulas and all, so we can utilize that. And so far as the compound extreme hot dry is concerned, there are some temperature extreme we have considered, and there are some precipitation extremes we have considered, and we just combined them to name them as the hot dry and hot wet. As you can understand by now, there could be n numbers of compound extremes can be considered, depending on the which variable and which side of the extreme that you are considering. If there is a low soil moisture, that is an agricultural drought. If there is a very high or the inundation, that can be a flood. So those kind of things are also possible. Now, what is the current scenario now? So starting from this 1951 to 80, how it looks like with these hot extremes, and 81 to 2010 and 2011 to 2020. Why I have divided into these things, the more the recent decades, and it is fully visible that how these extremes are increasing so far as the spatial extent is concerned, as well as their intensity is also there. It is almost towards the western side, so far as the temperature extreme is concerned, is almost captured, and over the time it may be captured the entire nation also. Similarly, for the dye extremes, this is how the things are changing. Now, if we combine them, that wet extreme, and now the thing is that how they are, the combined extremes are going to change. And it is not that both the extreme needs to be extreme. It may so happen that there are some event where both are extreme, but there are something where one is not that extreme, other one is extreme. So it is called the joint extreme index, JEI. So this red line is basically showing that what is their joint extreme, how to define. And this analysis is done for each and every pixel to identify what are the changes. Now, this is the change, just 2-year snapshot is shown here, 2009 and 2019, how the things looks like so far as their joint extreme index are concerned. And this is how there are changes on this hot, dry, and hot, wet. And one thing is very common, the spatial extent. Earlier, those places which are not being affected now started being affected, those things also. The spatial extents are also started increasing. And similarly for both that hot, wet, and hot, dry that we can show here. So some of the parts, how the earlier thing has changed and how it is going to change so far as the population exposure is concerned. Now the number of population in the past and in the future. So now what happens? There is one slide, yeah. This is the one. So what happens, you know that those who are working in this area, that the CMIP6 gives the data up to 2014 and from 2015 onwards is a future simulation. Now we are in 2025 now. So 2015 to 2024, we have both. We have the climate simulation, we have the observed records also. Now we are talking about a couple of climate change path, SSP 1, 2, 3, 4. Now I can at least check whether which path, 5 minutes more or 2 minutes more. So which path we are following. So depending on that, so on the left-hand side, the single one plot, it is basically the observed one, how the changes are there. And this 4 box is basically showing you what are the different climate change scenarios are. Now, it is our responsibility, it is our duty to identify which path we have followed last 10 years. As you can see that there is a slight difference to it, particularly the hot, dry, there is at least some resemblance we can see that which one. So these things are giving me the confidence that out of these 4, at least, and this can vary from the one region to another one. This is for the entire Indian mainland analysis. Now, if we just go for the half of it or even the larger than that one, the path that we are follow, that may also change. And this is how these overall changes are there. And in the near future and far future, how these changes are there, it is shown that it may be the 10 million person year will be affected, particularly in the region of this highly dense region like the Gangetic Plain in the northern part as well as in the peninsular path. And the effect is more for the SSP 370. So far, most of the analysis, they always say that the 585 is the worst scenario, but SSP 370 might be the worst simply because the population is going to increase in that scenario only. SSP 585, even the other calamities may have, so that our population will decrease. That's the prediction. That's why I mean to say that moment we integrate the social factor in the climate change, then the scenario or the final observation, final outcome may differ from our traditional thing. So that is the overall thing, just to tell you. And there are some hotspots that which location, it is basically clearly indicating that our point of focus, so far as this human development index that is there, should be focused on that Indo-Gangetic Plain now. That is one, and also some part of this peninsular part. And this is how it's showing that on the very high population, moderate, and this one for both the extremes. So this is the overall coming to this concluding remarks. So initially we have to find out the changes are happening. There is no doubt in it. We have to find out what are the characteristics, which characteristics is changing more. So it is not that now we are not in a position to attention maybe all the areas uniformly. We have to identify what is the hotspot, and then we have to integrate it with the human index, and so that we can see that how much is the population is going to be affected. Some of the publications from where it is taken is listed here, and there is one book on the statistical methods in hydrology and hydroclimatology. And that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to request Dr. Thawait, sir, to felicitate our keynote speaker with memento. TS4 Energy Center keynote session is already started. whomsoever is there, so you can go there.
Announcement is there. Technical session 4 in Energy Center has started. Okay. Those who have paper presentation in TS I4 Energy Center, please report there. We have already 5 team reported there. So who all there, please report there. It's already started. Session is already started. Other sessions are about to start. Okay. Those who have the paper presentation in TS I4 Energy Center, please report now. The session is already started. Other sessions will start now.
Electrical is if any confusion is there for venue, I will introduce. Mechanical is backside. You just go from this and left side of the civil department. TS1 is civil department seminar only. TS1 is civil department seminar and TS2 is mechanical. It is in mechanical engineering department only. What, sir?
It's about to start only, sir. So it will be opening now only. Only Energy Center has started early, 5 minutes before. Yes, just, yeah, there only, sir. Electrical and mechanical opposite each other. No, it's here, everything is done. No, technical sessions will happen in the departments, in the order.